Ba-da-ba-ba. That shouldn't be that way. We good there? We're good there. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It is, what is it, Tuesday? Hey, Vec, you still here, man? Thanks for subbing again to the channel. 7 months in a row. That rain or tears? That is rain. Some people would say tears of angels, but I don't think there are angels in this game. Hey, Trexid, what's going on? How you doing? Pantheon is $8 off on Steam, so you picked it up. You should. I think they've had a promotion on it for a week now, or it might even be 2 weeks now. Now would be the time to do it, in all seriousness. You don't have to play during early access, but once you pick the game up, you own it. So, even if you wait till release, you'll have it at the, arguably the cheapest price it's going to be. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm dropping the ball. I was supposed to go ahead and record my final chapter to the book that I'm doing. And I was going to do it before I went live this evening, but I fell down a couple rabbit holes online. I had an offer come through to record a new book, and I was trying to research to get a hold of the author to make sure it was a legitimate offer, because the couple of platforms that I use, there are people out there that will create IDs that are roughly the author's name or moniker, and then they'll try and get you to record their book, and then when you send it back to them, they have it now so they can go and make money off of it even though it's not their book. So it took me like a half hour to find this guy's contact information. He hasn't responded yet, but needless to say, trying to do that, I forgot to record the chapter. So I'm going to see how I'm feeling at the end of the stream tonight, and we'll have to stay up maybe a little late and record the chapter, get it done. That's about it. How you guys doing? I hope you guys are well. Anybody happen to see if Joppa had a stream this evening? Was he talking about the game at all? Did he mention the patch this week? My mic is so sensitive, man. It keeps picking up all the mouth noises that I make. And by mouth noises, I don't mean talking. $31.99. I think it has 2 days left. If I wanted ASMR, I changed channels, right? Are you sure? You might not. You know, I could do some ASMR. What do? They do like this kind of creepy stuff, you know? And what else do they do? I don't know. They do something. What else do they do? There, you know? They do that kind of stuff. What else we got? I don't know what else we got. I don't make any, got a back scratcher maybe? That working? That helping yous? Y'all chill now? Doing alright. He did stream, not much info today. They did some gameplay for about 3 hours in Halmir as a trio. They didn't get very far, they wiped 3 times. Did it look like they were killing stuff reliably, or were they struggling? I mean, please tell me they died to Ravage at least once. Please tell me they died to Ravage at least once. They were struggling with every pull? Gotcha. Was there a specific reason they were trying a trio? Like, was there a specific reason they went Paladin, Cleric, Necro? Just to see if they could do it, or did they only have 3 people? I don't know if I would have taken a cleric with a paladin. I probably would have done a druid. Or even a shaman. Shaman, necro, and paladin might be worthwhile. They died on Ravage twice. Fantastic. Fantastic. That's great to hear. Not enough people failed to Ravage. I thought they were doing decent for being a 3-man group. Right on, Uber. Seeing what time to kill was like with 3-person... Ah, okay. Well... Yeah, they probably shouldn't have had a cleric in there. A shaman. I would have taken a shaman. I would do shaman, necro, paladin. See how that goes. As far as the healer goes. I don't think I would have taken a cleric in there. If I had to... I mean, maybe we didn't have to... Well, of course they have the choice. They're devs. They can just punch in some console commands and have a character of whatever level they want, I'm sure. They were trying to prove that it can be done. As inefficient as it was, they wanted to prove it. And it was like 3 minutes per mile. Oh my goodness. They didn't choose classes consciously, just whatever they wanted to play. Gotcha. I mean, trio content can be done for sure, but nowhere's in the world, in the game world, nowhere's on Terminus is it efficient. Especially if you're dealing with elite mobs, or group mobs, or whatever term you want to use. I don't know if we'll be using Chevron in the near future. If they choose to get rid of the, you know... I think they should just remove the little arrow, make everybody guess. That's what I think. Leave everything the way it is. Oops. Leave everything the way it is. Get rid of the little chevron. Nobody knows what's elite and what's normal. Have at it. I would just like to see some show-offs and braggadocious people run in and aggro something, and then it mops the floor with them. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I would do anyhow. Have I seen your petition? No, petition on what? The chevrons? Wait, I thought that was just like a joke. That was your petition? You weren't looking to have all elite mobs turned down to the weaker mobs, were you? Please tell me you were just looking to have the chevron removed, so that people couldn't tell. Because I'm okay with that. Oh, links are turned off in chat. Hang on a second, Trex. You'll have... Just type something in like 15 seconds and I'll permit you to post the link again. I have links turned off. Okay, you should be good to type again. Go ahead and type, and I'll flag you so that you can put your link in. There you go. Okay, hang on. Bum, 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 bum. There you go, man. Fire away. I don't like how my audio is cutting. It's been doing that the last couple of days. Is that happening for everybody? Just give me a second here, chat. I'm reading through this real quick. Sorry, guys, but I don't know if anybody else is reading along with me. There's a bit of information here that I'm going through. I just got through the quotes. Well, sir. Man, you typed all this up? There's a lot. What? I will say, some of these quotes that I'm reading, some people need to go back and play original EQ. They're not remembering correctly. People talking about being able to run through solo and explore dungeons. No, you can't. You get your ass kicked if you don't have an invis. That's interesting. Don't say anything bad. See, here's the thing with me, right? Hey, Hunt! Dude, I haven't seen you in ages. How you doing, man? I hope you're well. Oh, that's not Hunt. That's Fun. My bad. I might need glasses. You're saying that the elite mobs, take the elite mobs out and save those for endgame. So, here's my thing. My remembrance of EverQuest in the beginning, as a cleric, I can't speak on a warrior. You guys have seen me on a warrior, and if you followed my EQ streams, you've seen me on a shaman as well, but never a cleric. When I was a cleric back in the day, a lot of people couldn't do a lot of stuff without more people. You'd need 3, 4, 5 people to go somewheres in order to do stuff. I was reading through some of the quotes there where people were talking about EQ was more of an exploration, and you could actually jump in if you didn't have time to put a group together and kill stuff and get loot. No, you didn't. Okay? Jump in era. Every time I say in era for this conversation, I mean around the same level. Let's say dark blue to yellow, okay? EQ cons, dark blue to yellow. In era is what I mean by that, okay? Not expansions. So, if you go into Guck in era as one toon, you're dead. It doesn't matter. You're not going to kill the prince. You're not going to kill the Shin Lord. You're not going to kill any mob of note in lower Guck. It's not going to happen. Now, I understand the numbers game, because EQ in their dungeons, they arguably had more condensed content. However, with that said, for the last 3 years in Pantheon, those of you that have been here, how many times have I had issue with going through dungeons? Right? Like me, myself personally, I don't complain about the dungeons. I love the content. I love the fact that there are these group type mobs all through dungeons and areas where... Okay, so hang on. There's a lot to unpack here. In other games, so let's go EverQuest 2 for example. EverQuest 2 to date is still my all-time top of the ladder favorite rating game ever. In 30 plus years of the internet, the best rating I experienced was SOE's rating under EverQuest 2. Now, EverQuest 2 was designed that when you went into dungeons, you had a smattering of trash here and trash here that you could kill with 2 or 3 people. But then you would have elite, what you would consider elite mobs or group mobs, because they would have the bigger, flashier nameplates or whatnot. And that's how you knew that you were moving into challenging areas of the dungeon. EQ was similar. They didn't have elite mobs in the dungeon, but what they had enemies with more hit points and more abilities than everything else around them. Soul A, Soul B, Soul C, Lower Guck, Upper Guck, Velkator's Labyrinth, Tower of Frozen Shadow. So, yes, you could go in and explore a certain portion, maybe with 2 players or 3 players, not overpowered and not uberly geared. You can't do it with one person. There's not a single class in the game at a certain level where you could go smoothly through any dungeon in EQ by yourself. You could set up a camp. If you had a necro or a bard, you could set up a camp if you had room to clear trash around and then on a timer, as long as you didn't take AFKs, and you could systematically kill spawns as they spawn. I get that and I understand. But the problem is, this is not EQ, right? EQ was never advertised that I can recall as a solo or social MMORPG. It was just an MMORPG because it was the first one, right? So with that said, and the evolution of games like Final Fantasy, FF14, even FF11, DAOC and Lineage had their versions of difficult content outside of names and bosses. Throne and Liberty has it. They have elite trash mobs out in the open on the map, as well as just regular peons. So as far as Pantheon goes, with the way it populates, and for sake of argument, we'll say normal and elite. Normal meaning non-Chevron, and elite meaning Chevron, just because I don't want to say Chevron and non-Chevron. The fact that the elite content is in the dungeons, that's where it should be. If you want to run around out here and level and kill bears and whatnot and get your XP, by all means. But if you want to go into a dungeon in a social-based game, the whole point of social is to work together, right? No other definition, no other words need to be thrown in. The whole thing with social, in quotes, is work together. That's what it is, right? You're not going to jump in, you're not going to form a group, and then everybody just sits on their thumbs and talks all day long and nobody does anything. When it's social, it's work together. You don't work together on killing normal content. That's boring, right? You could pull 3, 4. It's the Shadow Knight complex in EQ. You end up leveling up a Shadow Knight, you get your spells, you get some gear that you really shouldn't have at a certain point, you go into a dungeon, you round up half a dozen mobs or a dozen mobs, and then you AoE them all down. That might be fun to somebody who solos. That's not fun to me, personally. I can't stand that. I will never do that. You will never see me do anything that involves building up a solo experience. If you see me running around solo, it's because the right people aren't on to do something. Now, with that said, this server, unlike Lucent Tree, this server has a much smaller population, I've discovered the past few days. So as far as making, and I'm going to use dungeons, and when I say dungeons, we're talking Halnirs, we're talking Hangor, we're talking the Manor, we're talking the Spider Cave, and we're talking the Goblin Caves. All of those are dungeons, for those who don't know. They have a bubble around them where you get an XP bonus for being there because they're classed as a dungeon, okay? Even though they're outside, contested, whatever. With the dungeons themselves, that's where the challenging content should always be. It should never be different. You should never be able to walk clean through a dungeon. Never. Because then it makes it easy for a group to move in and camp 2 hallways. They run down, they plow through one hallway, they run down and plow another hallway, 2 possible name spawns, they run back and forth. Another group comes in and wants to do something, well they can't because that group is now taking up 2 whole hallways and 2 possible spawns. That could be equally split if the mobs were harder to kill, right? More rewarding. So you don't want to put in a dungeon like Halnir normal enemies, because you're going to have a lot of grief. You're going to have a lot of grief. A lot more people will stop playing if you normalize a dungeon versus the way they have it now. By the way, what server are you on, if you don't mind? I have 2. The main server is Lucent Tree, and this one is Ermos, E-R-M-O-S. Let me see what the chat is. Sure, you got the tank, then the heals, and the crowd control, and the wizard who pulls aggro and dies. Then the unappreciated buff person, and the ranger you blame whenever people die. I'm asking them to put content in the game that's playable by groups less than 6 party members. Oh, okay, so in EverQuest 2, EverQuest 2 operated off of a 4-group raid setup, 24 players, for a number of years. Half a dozen years into EQ2, they decided to come out with what we called duo raids or 2-group raids. So instead of having 24 people, or instead of needing 24 people to kill content, they had certain instances and certain fights and certain bosses that you could take with 2 groups, right? As far as putting in content to allow 2, 3, 4 players to clear, I would be okay with that. I thought we were talking like solo and duo, which I don't agree with. In no game in the history of the internet should you ever go in with 2 people in a dungeon and be able to kill stuff. That shouldn't be a thing, unless you're playing couch co-op or one of them ones where, like Split Fiction, where each person controls a player and you have to go through and work together to solve puzzles. I get that. But no 2 people should get together and chill and be able to go through a dungeon. No. Stay out in the field, kill your sheeps, kill your boars, kill your bears, whatever. Do it that way. But when you get into a dungeon, it needs to be a group focus. Dungeons are never... Let's get off the computer altogether. You would never... A genuine dungeon master would never sit down and put one person through a solo campaign in Dungeons & Dragons. That is ridiculous. They would have to create NPCs to join you, whether you like it or not. But no DM is going to put one person through a D&D campaign. That is not going to happen. It has to be a group. In all aspects of role-playing games, everything is a group. Dragon Warrior, group. Final Fantasy, group. Phantasy Star, group. Dragon Quest, group. The Persona series, group. All these RPGs, not MMO, but all these RPGs are group-based. They're not solo. No such thing as solo. So what I thought you were talking about here was making content so that one person, say a necromancer or even a dire lord, could walk into a dungeon and kill a bunch of stuff. No, that should never happen. If that happens, the game is dead. Period. People are just going to stick with WoW. Or people are going to go back to EQ. Right? The whole branding of this game going back a decade is group. It's always been group. In the beginning, as far as going back to the basics, in the beginning, they had said on record that the game was going to be designed 85% group, 15% other. So solo, duo, whatever. But 85% group. Over the years while they were building the game, that has kind of slightly changed. Now, here's the thing. Oh, hang on a second. I've been playing this game for 3 years, and I've been playing this religiously. My viewers will tell you that this is pretty much the only game I've been playing for 3 years. Everything I've done, except for maybe 5 minutes worth of gameplay, has involved interacting with other people, even like right now. Right? My whole thing is, I'm the social to this game. I'm the guy who has a friends list of 60 players on another server, of all different guilds, all different persuasions. I don't know any of them personally, but if I log in and they're on, I throw a group together and we go. I do not do solo. I don't do duo. I might test some trio. Now that we're having this conversation, I might test going into Halnir's or even the Manor with 3, maybe 4 people and see what happens. But as far as the whole solo duo experience, those people need to stay away from this game. You need to stay away from this game. Working together to crawl through a dungeon is what it's about. I don't know if you guys have ever pen and paper Dungeons & Dragons, or any role-playing for that matter, but let me tell you something. When you go into a dungeon, and you get accosted by 4 goblins, you're not finger-snapping and getting through the fight. There's 100 different things that are going to happen just to get through that fight. That's the analogy I need you guys, like... That's the best analogy I have. Everything takes time. Now, some people might sit there and go, well, I don't like the grind. I don't want to grind against mobs. I don't want to go in with 2 hours of playtime, only kill 5 mobs because it takes 15 minutes each and then log out. If that's the situation, change locations, wait for another day, find another game. Like like, I'm not trying to be difficult. My stream knows I'm very logical. My stream knows I'm pretty cool, level-headed, whatever. even though I whine every now and then. I'm aware of what this game is. I'm aware that I'm going to have time or periods where I'm going to jump in game, not have enough time to do anything. That's on me. But as far as wanting a game watered so that every time I log in, I can do something for X amount, like, it's very difficult for me to side with anybody on making something smaller in an MMO by definition. Massive multiplayer online, right? Massive meaning population, multiplayer meaning more than one active sentient being, online being the world, right? MMO. So, as far as removing the chevrons, here's what I would say. If the non-chevron mobs are here, or here, and the chevron mobs are here, maybe take a fifth or sixth of the population and make something in between. Now, if you do that, remove the little arrow off the chevron up at the top so nobody knows what the hell they're getting into. Here's something else you could do. Have 3 different levels of difficulty for the enemies and have them cycle on the spawn. So this is what I mean. Imagine this. You jump in. You got your group. You find a time to play when nobody else is on. Let's say 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., whatever. You jump into a dungeon. You jump into Halniers. These 3 areas are empty. You can clear, camp these 3 names, have a smooth rhythm because these guys are normal, these guys are elite. You can stay away from the elite and you can focus on the normal. But what if, where a normal is now, 15 minutes later an elite spawns in its place? Or 15 minutes later over here, a mid-range spawns in its place. If you could shell game or P-game that, I could get along with that. I could agree with that. But to automatically, statically weaken a dungeon, that's ridiculous. That's my brain can't even process. My brain won't even process weakening a dungeon. That doesn't even make sense to me. But again, I'm the perfect person for this game. And I know some people will say, oh, well, when all is said and done, you might be the only person playing the game. Ha, ha, ha. I get it. But that's me. I make the friends. I do the talking. I put the groups together. I never group with the same 5 people. I always mix the classes up because I want to see how they play with each other. I'm testing this game. I'm not playing this game like it's launch. I'm testing this game like I'm trying to figure out what I can add to the game for these guys to make it better. Because I want the next EQ2. I want the next Vanguard. I want the next group experience. I don't want to play something that I can play solo. I just don't. That's not fun for me. Now, you guys might be different, but that's not fun for me. That's like I watch a bunch of people play Pantheon. Well, I shouldn't say I watch a bunch of people play Pantheon. When I get ready to go live, or even on the weekend, if I have time and I'm doing work, I'll load my laptop up and I'll go into the Pantheon directory and see if I can find somebody to watch for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, what have you. I see so many people streaming this game and they are not grouping. They are not doing the socializing. They aren't sending tells. They're talking to their chat, sure, but they're complaining, they're soloing, they're duoing. They're not doing what this game is supposed to be set out as. And I know I've seen it myself, my own eyes. I've been here 3 years playing this game nonstop. So if more streamers who streamed the game had consistent grouping and actually performed the social stages that need to happen to make a group, maybe everybody's opinions would be different. But this is not a game for people to stream, jump in, run around, solo mobs over here, run over here and solo mobs. 4 or 5 streams later, which is like a whole week, you've been in the same area killing, to use an analogy from WoW, 4,365,242 boars to try and get your next level. That's not this. It's not, and it's very unfortunate because sometimes I will see a couple of streamers hang out together and talk, and they'll have a group, and it might be once a month, once every 2 weeks. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. For a social MMO, for a group MMO, you have to have the social skills, right? You have to do. I'm not a know-it-all, but you have to do what I do. You have to talk to people. You have to send tells. You have to say, okay, this person is in this zone, this person is in that zone. You know what? That person in chat looks familiar. Oh, that's the person over there. Oh, their group must be breaking up. I should send them a tell. Send them a tell. What are you doing? Poof, get them in the group. Run some stuff. They die a few times. They make stupid mistakes. You finish the group. You never group with them again. You bring them into the group. You end up steamrolling everything. You friend them, and away you go. If you'd have seen every one of my streams since the beginning of early access, so 2.5 months ago, you would see all the friend requests I got. Not because I was Mr. Nice Guy, but because when I got into the group, when they came into my group, we killed stuff. We worked together. We wiped, we reset, we killed it again. I have a very difficult time trying to side with the opinion that in a group-focused game or a group-focused project, non-grouping would be just as reliable. I can't. As far as the chevron mobs, again, like I said, I would like one of two things. One, they make 3 different difficulties: easy, medium, and hard. Whether it's hit points, whether it's mitigation, I get it. Easy, medium, and hard. Every single spawn in the game, except for, like, every dungeon in the game has a chance on one spot to have easy, medium, and hard mobs spawn. That way, instead of people understanding the manor, or the Goblin Cave, or Halnir's, going in every day and systematically sniping all these different locations from other players, no, forget that. You go in on a Monday, you come in on a Tuesday, and the mobs are all set up differently. You were steamrolling the left hallway Monday, and on Tuesday, that same hallway ripped the ever-living crap out of you. I could see that. The second option, leave the game the way it is, and just remove the little white arrow off the chevrons so nobody knows what anything is. I could see that too. Anything else, me, myself, as a social person, I can't get with it. I can't. That's not fun. Because here's something else I'll tell you. What streamers will do, let's say, and believe me, I've been around a long time, I understand streamer mentality. Let's say they change the game and they weaken the mob content, okay? Now, this is not hot water, cold water. This is not adjusting the temperature for the bath. So what happens is, let's say 6 months from now, they tone down the content in all the dungeons. They make it a little easier to quote-unquote steamroll or move through content. These people are only going to play the game for so long, and then they're going to book because they'll be playing something else. They're doing it right now. They will do it at launch. If they do that, which they will, and they leave, that's going to disperse population as well. That doesn't help the game. So, I hope I'm making sense here. For this game needs to stay on track the way it is. I like taking 2-3 minutes to kill a mob. I like paying attention to where we're positioning one mob so we don't get another one. I like talking to my players or my group mates and saying, hey, let's stand over here, let's do this, let's do that. I like watching people do things foolishly, end up getting us wiped, and then we learn from our mistakes. I love all of that with this game. That's why that's why I can't, myself personally, I can't get on board with making the game, what's the word? Softer, moister. Nobody likes the word moist, right? So, there's hard knife through butter, and then there's cold knife on frozen butter. I don't know. I can't get behind solo content that is interior. In a game with no instancing, no interior content should ever be soloable. Ever. And I consider Halnir's interior. Now, I get it. They're going to remove the zone walls at a certain point. You're just going to be able to transition swiftly in. I get it. But as far as weakening the game, I can't see that unless they create a third stage of enemy and then cycle them. I could see that. That would actually be pretty cool. The fact that you could go into Lower Guck, at 2 p.m. on a Monday and have a clear through of certain mobs, struggle at certain points, have easy time at other points, camp a couple name spawns, get a piece of loot, come out. Get organized in a new group because people had to log for dinner, decide to go back in that dungeon, and you struggle with just about everything, have a couple of easy spots, name, whatever. I could see that. But right, yeah, exactly. Right, Vec. No moist dungeons. But I definitely see your point of having a third type of mob in between, right? Your easy, medium, and hard. We have easy and hard right now. I could see a medium. I could definitely see a medium difficulty mob. Maybe give it 30% less health, If it has a high mitigation value, maybe cut the mitigation by a third or something. I get that, but you would have to add some kind of randomness. Yeah. You would just have to have some kind of randomness. Give me 1 second here. I gotta see what these guys are doing. I really like this talk, by the way. Hey y'all, I'm here. I was just having a pretty large conversation with my stream. What's the game plan? Where should I be going? Okay, let me catch up with chat here. I fell behind on chat. Is that a bigger problem than empty dungeons? Is it better the dungeons are empty or super challenging? It takes people an hour to form a group. Okay, so the whole takes an hour to form a group. Here's the thing. The population is different right now, right? Unfortunately, we can't use that as justification because people have moved to other servers, people have played other tunes or are playing other tunes, and some people have stopped playing until there's new content. So as far as putting an hour towards forming a group, unfortunately right now that can't be helped. But here's the thing. I spent the last 2.5 months building a Rolodex of people. I have people I can call on when other people aren't here. I know you guys might not, but that's the point I've been getting at. That's the whole thing with the social. You have to make a lot of friends. You have to. And I do that. It's what I do. It's why I'm able to talk to all you guys in chat right now and we're having this whole big conversation. But if you don't have this in you to be this social, the vision of this game might not be for that person. But you have to be able to have a Rolodex of people. You have to. Now, on this server right now, I'm a little fortunate because 8 or 9 people that I'm playing with in chill mode, I played with in EQ. However, people can't turn that against me and say, "Oh, yeah, well you could always have a social circle because you log in and your guildmates are there." No. This only happened 2 weeks ago. My main is over on another server with a bunch of people I don't know. And again, like I said, I have a friends list that's like 60 people long. When we get new content, half of these people are coming back. And when they do, I'm going to be able to pull from whoever I want to, whenever I want to form a group. I don't know any of these people. None of those people have been in chill mode. None of those people are in a guild that I've ever been in any other game. This is the only guild I've been in the last 10 years in EQ. And this isn't even the whole guild. There's only 10 or 11 people here that I know. And I don't even get to group with them every day. Yesterday, I didn't get to group with these guys at all. So you have to constantly grease the wheels. You have to shake hands. You have to wave. You have to answer someone's joke. You have to advertise you're looking for a certain class. You have to take everybody. You have one enchanter. You don't need a second enchanter, but there's an enchanter looking for group. Grab them anyways. You'll figure something out. That's what I do. That's my whole thing is the whole social, like this game, it sounds selfish to say, but this game is being built for me as far as I'm concerned. I wouldn't have I have more time in this game in the last 3 years than any other streamer out there right now that's still streaming this game nonstop. Because I can tell you, all the bigger streamers right now in Pantheon are playing other games. I've seen them. They're playing them right now. They're not here. They're there. So, I don't know what to tell somebody other than that. I'm still here. I probably shouldn't be here. I probably should be playing other games while we wait for new content. But I love this game too much. Like, this is my jam. We get a character wipe, we get server merges, I will have to make a whole new social Rolodex, and I will do just that. That's what I do. People will know my name, people will know to hit me up. It'll be fantastic. He's one of my viewers. He's not here, actually, at the moment. But when he is here, I'll yell at him for you. Hey, Corpse, what's going on? I don't know if I said hey to you. Hey, Florane. I'm trying to... Hey, Hathen. Agree with Krushnek. Pantheon very early identified itself as an MMO that you need to group with to complete the content. If you do the trio content test, would love to hear your feedback. That's what Joppa was testing today. Yeah, see, I would need... I mean, Krushnek is 20, so that gives me... I mean, Mad Run. Mad Run has group mobs outdoors. So, there's Mad Run. There's Halnirs. There's the Fort in Thronefast. That's 3. Elite Orcs. Behind the lake in AVP. That's elite content there, level 20. I believe there's a bandit camp in Southern Plains. I forget the faction, but I believe there's a 20 or 20 plus camp there. So there are locations to take a couple of people. I will see if I can find a couple of people to see if we can do some trio testing maybe over the weekend. Or maybe even later this week if I can get them online. But it's got to... But here's the thing. You talk about wanting trio content or 4-person content. You're not going to be able to grab all colors of the rainbow. You're going to end up weeding out people. You're going to be specific. You're going to say, if we're going into Halnirs and we have 4 people, we need an enchanter. If we're going to take a lot of damage, we need solid heals. We're going to need a cleric. And then a druid might be looking for a group, and you're going to pass them off because you're going to be looking for a cleric. Those little nitpicky things are going to come in when you're dealing with a smaller group. When you have a smaller group, you have to be smarter with your decisions, right? That's how life works. The smaller it is, the more focused you need to be. So you're going to cut a bunch of people out, a bunch of classes out that you're not going to pay attention to. They had this issue in EverQuest 2, and they had this issue in Final Fantasy XIV, and they had this issue, this segregation, I guess if you want to call it that, because it was a separating of classes. There were certain classes that people just wouldn't look at. I can't do that. I got to grab everybody. If I got no healer, I'll run with a druid, or I'll run with a shaman, or I'll run with a cleric, I'll run with all 3, I'll run with any combination of the 2. I don't care. I've done so much content never needing an enchanter. I've done Hangor, I've done Halnirs, I've done Mad Run, I've done the Manor, I've done the Fort, and I've done it with a rogue. I've done it with a necromancer to use their channeled mez. I rarely find an enchanter. My main on the other server is level 34. I've killed everything in the game with them. I've rarely used an enchanter. Rarely. The one enchanter that I would typically try and draw on, they stopped playing about a month ago because they're waiting. They're in the same boat I am. They don't want to level their 30 plus tune until we have 30 plus content to crawl through. We're not going to be those people that get to level 40 and run through a bunch of gray shit. That's dumb. Stop playing the game. If that's you, stop playing the game. No offense, but offense. So, you know, like I don't have time to steamroll gray when we're testing content, right? And a lot of people still don't understand that we're testing. This is not launch. Not a single person out of the 20,000 people that have an active ownership of this game should be out-leveling any content ever for any reason. Enchanter is not fun to play or needed. Who were you listening to where the enchanter isn't needed? Because I'll tell you, I got 2 enchanters right now on the other server that if you saw what they did, they would put every other enchanter to shame. You need to be creative. I saw somebody, I saw a chat, I believe I saw this conversation in Jop, well, it wasn't even a conversation. In Joppa's stream, somebody was talking about how they played an enchanter, they would be in a group, and the enchanter pretty much got to a point where once you have a camp broken, the enchanter pretty much just sits on his thumbs and does nothing. That's not the enchanter, that's the player. If you can't find shit to do when you have nothing to do, you got a problem. I don't have any other way around that. If you're sitting on your thumbs, you're not doing what you could do. It's like necromancers, okay? I played a necromancer to level 21 back in season 6. It dawned on me that the reason why you have so many skills in your book and you can only socket so many skills on your bars is not because you're out leveling your skills as you level. It's because you have to pick and choose which skills to use based on where you are, who you're grouped with, and what you're doing. And 99% of players out there do not do that. If you've paid attention to my streams over the last week and a half, periodically you will see me do this, you will see me come down here to this ability, you will see me remove it, and you will see me go to Mocking Blow and socket it. And then in other cases, you will see me take that out and scroll down to find Cross Strike again and put that in there. Because I switch my skills based on what I'm fighting, because I know what's optimal. Most of you aren't doing that, and you need to. You should see what the Necromancer can do at level 21 with all of his abilities if you socket them in and out based on where you are. It is mind-blowing. When the game launches, there should never be a Necromancer that sits and goes, I don't have anything else to do. Now, I know I'm talking about the Necromancer, not the Enchanter, but I haven't played an Enchanter yet. But I will tell you, there is more things for you to do with all 13 classes in the game right now, and people aren't doing it. They're socketing their skills to what they think is the best, and they stick with that for a week, a month, 2 months, whatever. That's wrong. You're fail for doing that. All he is. Go through your skills, find out what they do, find out when they use them, or when to use them. Another example, you get in a group. We have our technique bar, okay? Openers and closers. Openers typically are exposure and opening gap. That's what I'm working with. Don't give me the other ones. I don't care about off balance or whatever for now. Exposure and opening gap. You get in a group. I always have exposure up somewheres, just in case somebody else doesn't. However, when I get into a group, I will type in chat, who can close an exposure? People will tell me. I say, okay, if I have one expose and there are 2 people that can close it with 2 different abilities, we need a second expose. So I will say, who else can expose? Nobody can expose. Okay, I have to make a decision as to what closer I want when I use expose. However, if I get in a group with people that can put 3 exposes, and I get in a group with people who can close 3 exposes, I need everybody to put their closers and openers up so that we can have them on every single mob. People don't do that either. You have to think. There's 100... I don't mean to sound like I'm disciplining. I'm not. But there's so many different combinations of skills and strategies that you can do. My regular viewers, I've said this time and time again. I will never tell you everything I think about with the game. All my strategies, all my tricks, you'll never know anything. And then periodically, I'll go on a tangent like this and let some information slip. But I'm still not telling you guys most of the stuff I do and what I'm thinking when I'm in a group. Because I want you guys to see how successful you can be by utilizing the class to the best of its ability, or utilizing the game and your group mates to the best of their ability. You have to play your class, you have to mix up skills, you have to experiment, you have to go to this dungeon, you have to go to this zone, you have to fight these mobs, you have to do this at nighttime, you have to do this in Hangor, you have whatever. You have to constantly test. You have to test. You don't just roll an enchanter, tell yourself you're going to be the CC, jump in a group, and then go CC stuff and sit on your thumbs. That's not the right thought process. The right thought process, play an enchanter, take it to level 15 like I always say, open up your skill book, take a look at all your skills, click on the ones you're not familiar with, find out what they do, and then figure out when to use them, how to use them, what have you. Why do I think players aren't doing that? Because I've sat in Joppa's stream and watched people talk about how they do A, B, C, and that's it. No D, no E, no F, no X, no Y, no Z. None of it. They say, well, I do this, and I do this, and I do this, and then there's nothing else to do. That's not the response. Trust me, people have made it known that they have the mentality, they have the wherewithal to say that the classes are cookie cutter. They are not cookie cutter. They're what you make them. I put up with a lot of grief from a lot of players, even today, 3 years later, complaining about how the warrior is not good at tanking. The warrior needs more shield skills. The warrior needs to hold threat better. The warrior needs this, that, and the other thing. No, it doesn't. The warrior's phenomenal the way it is, but hundreds of people, thousands of people are complaining. Go to the Reddit, go to Pantheon's Reddit, and look at people complaining about the warrior. Just go. I mean, it's toxic. I don't recommend you going, but if you want the proof, go and just read what everybody's saying. I was tanking shit naked here 3 nights ago. I was tanking reds 2 nights ago. The warrior is fantastic. You have to know how to play your class. And I don't mean to sound like I'm getting worked up. I'm just trying to put the point across that this game has a lot more to it than a lot of the players who have issues with the game are giving it credit for. That's what I'm saying. They should try a pally. I have a pally. I haven't been able to level them because when I logged on to Lucent Tree after the Druids launched, I couldn't find a group, so that's why I ended up over here. If I could have found groups for my Paladin, I would have leveled my Paladin up. My whole goal with this game 3 years ago was to level a Warrior, a Paladin, and a Dire Lord, because I wanted all the information on the tanks so that when people came into my chat and started asking me questions, I had all the answers instead of giving part of the answer or making stuff up. That was my goal, but the problem was when I got my Warrior up there, they introduced the Druid. They didn't input new content because, of course, you know, they're not a large team, blah, 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 conversation for another day. But the game kind of got a little stagnant for a lot of people and they stopped playing. So I lost all the contacts that I could have grouped with and leveled up with. My plan is still to play a Paladin or a Dire Lord. However, I'm really enjoying myself here on this server with my 5th Warrior. Can you say that? Can you say, Trex, that you've played 5 Enchanters? Probably not. 5 of any class? Probably not. I'm a dummy. I've done that. This is like my 5th this is either my 5th or my 6th Warrior. I've lost track. Feels like it's moving further towards a WoW clone. It's not a WoW clone. I watched on Twitch. I watched that guild. What was that guild? The guild of streamers that were playing WoW recently. They were doing the raids. Summit was there and a few other people. Only Fangs. That's it. Yeah. This is not that. I watched them go through those raid zones. They just mindlessly killed stuff. Like stuff died 5-6 seconds later. Stuff didn't stay up long. This is nowhere near WoW. You can't 5 or 6 seconds anything in this game. But you can 5 or 6 seconds stuff in WoW, no problem. Now, maybe not now, 20 years later on retail, but give this game 20 years, right? This game is definitely leaning more towards, so EQ, WoW, Pantheon. And I say that because you needed more social, even 30 years later. If I go to an EQ server right now, I have to use social skills to get stuff done. I can't just go in, open up the Hero's Journey book, and then solo all that content as I level up. I will get my ass handed to me, I will get lost, I will lose gear, whatever. You're forced to do the social thing in EverQuest. Unless you're going to jump in, have a Necromancer, and just kill yard trash for 120 levels or whatever the game's up to. You can't do that in WoW. But WoW has a lot of queuing that you can do. WoW has auto-queuing. EQ doesn't have auto-queuing. Until it had instance raids, instance content, you can't do auto-queuing in EQ. I can't create an EQ character right now in 2025, jump into the game, hit a menu option, search for group, take my hands off the keyboard, puts me in a group with other people, and away we go. You can't do that. You can do that in WoW. You can queue for WoW. You might not be able to queue the whole game, but you can queue for WoW. You can't queue for EQ. That social is always there, 30 years later. And it built EQ into the largest geographically sized product in the world. It's not the most subscribed to, but it's the largest geographically. I believe there are 800 zones in EQ. 800. I'm not exaggerating. 800. 30 expansions, multiple zones in each expansion. EverQuest is the largest geographically built game. Now, this game is not trying to be that, but they're trying to be pretty close. We only have one continent. We don't know what the other continents are going to have. We don't know how many continents they're planning for. Personally, I think they're going to do it closer to EQ and have 3. I think they're going to have 3 continents. We're going to have more zones. We're going to have starting cities for everybody. Or most races. Okay, you guys had mentioned Halnirs. Are you guys at Madrun? No problem. I'm on my way. I heard when you queued up about the Halnir's safe room thing, what have you. I lost track of where you said the group was going because I've been in this huge discussion in my chat about the game. So, do you guys know about the petition that's out there about removing Chevron mobs? Yeah. So there are a number of players out there who feel like the dungeons are kind of like an Uber grind. Like you go, like as an analogy, you've got 3 hours to do something, you jump into a group, you go into a dungeon, and it takes you 3 hours to kill maybe 6 trash mobs and maybe get a name. Like the fights take longer than what people would like. People would like to be able to move smoother through the game. And with the game being built the way it is as far as the social aspect, I've been having a conversation about, I've been trying to lean a little bit towards maybe not softening the game to where people can solo or duo, but maybe softening it to where, you know, groups of 3 or 4 might be able to go into a dungeon and have some sort of success. The problem is you make the game that weak and then full groups can come in and just steamroll through it and it becomes a whole other issue. And I get the point that people don't want to spend 2-3 minutes killing a mob at a time because that eats up the clock or what have you. But part of the game is figuring out what you want to do and hoping everything goes well. And you know how the game is designed, you know how aggro works, and you know how easy you could die if your group is, you know, encroaching on another group for whatever reason. So it's just been this big discussion, and I'm trying very seriously to try and see how non-full group content would be beneficial, but I'm having a really hard time getting away from it. Just because, you know, you guys know, as social as I am and I yak too much, I'm always about the 6-person group. I'm always about mixing up classes. I'm always about trying not to keep things static. That's just who I'm just a hoe. But it's I'm finding it very difficult for me to agree with softening of the game, so to speak, in dungeons and key places and whatnot. But that comes down to if you have certain classes, right? Out of the 13 classes, you probably can't go in with certain mixes, and people would like to be able to go in with anything and everything, which I've been saying that you can't really do that. Like once you start making the game smaller for smaller numbers, you're going to have to be more specific, and you're going to start segregating classes, and that's a problem. And that's not how, you know, the social MMORPG equation factors itself into it. Now, there is stuff you can kill with 4 people, yes, but you're going to need, you have to admit that you're going to need specific classes or roles in order to get that done. Which is the problem, because I can put 6 people together of any class and go and kill just about anything, because I've been doing it for the last 3 years. But as far as going in with 4 people, that's a challenge. I mean, I'm up to the challenge. I think I'm going to try it and see how it goes. But I still firmly believe you're going to end up segregating classes, and that's not fun. I think Java's done some pretty good things with class design. I like that he's taken EQ Vanguard and some WoW. I know a lot of people don't like WoW, but there's a reason why. Yeah, I've said the same thing, Florane, for a decade. There's a reason WoW is still the biggest, most subscribed game out there. For whatever reason you want to come up with, it's a game that everybody has access to. Thanks for the discussion. I do appreciate it. Your experience in MMOs, respect your opinion deeply. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Again, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do or what not to do, and I'm trying to see from your point of view, as should happen when you get into a conversation such as this. But for someone like myself, who is looking for the pentultimate social MMORPG experience, I'll be honest, I'm probably the worst person to talk to about smaller groups. I love to talk about it. We talked about it for the last half hour. I absolutely love it. I can talk about anything, but I do believe I'm probably the single worst person on the internet to discuss that with, because I'm all about holding hands and kumbaya through a dungeon. Which is a problem, because I might be the only one in 2 years' time when the game launches. I hope that doesn't happen. I don't want to go to Ashes. I don't want to go to another game. I'm digging this one. Oh, we got Pee-wee tanking, so I don't need a shield. See? Making decisions already. Do I have any weapons that need leveling? Great axe, great axe, great axe. There. Full groups can do deeper content in the dungeon. Right. No. Here's the other thing. You just jogged my memory a little bit. So here's the other thing. Let's say they build the Ratkin area of Helmir's, right? The first 3 chambers up to the bridge. If they built that with lower number groups in mind, you can't fit any more than maybe 3 groups in that section on weaker mobs of groups of 3 or 4 people. You can't do it. It's going to be almost impossible to find mobs. That's a problem. You would have to enlarge the dungeon. You would have to make all areas of Halnir's much wider, and that will not happen. So, as if you wanted to make the Ratkin, 3 to 4 person groupable, then move into the Black Rose. The Black Rose of 4 to 5 groupable, and then you get down to the Ghosts and the Golems, and all of a sudden you need a 6-person group in order to kill stuff. I could see that, but you'd have to enlarge the dungeon 3-fold in order to accommodate groups, because that won't fly when the game launches. Casters and HC ghosts are scarier and more capable of wiping the group. There's Tyrosaur on the other name. That's okay to revert, it's better when you hear both sides. Full groups are very fun and the most fun, but if all you can find is 3 to 4, there should be something. There are not necessarily dungeons to run with 3 or 4 people, but there's content to do with 3 or 4 people. You can go up to Elite Orcs. I could have done Elite Orcs last night with 3 or 4 people that were in the group. It would have taken longer, but it could have been done. There is content out there for you to do with 3 or 4 people. Even Manor, as long as you didn't pull the people that cast Mass Terror, the Fearers, as long as you didn't pull the Fearers close to the cliff edge, if you pulled all the Fearers back into the grass where the trees are, you could do that with 3 or 4 people, no problem. As long as you're not run off the cliff or run into the Manor. That's not an issue. I've done that. I've done the Manor with 3 or 4 people in level. So let's say the Manor is 15 to 17. I've done it with a group that was 15 to 17 or 14 to 18 or what have you. So there is stuff that you can do, but you would have to go around and test. Because here's the thing. Even though I just said I've done 3 or 4 people at Manor because we couldn't have a full group, the next night, if I had 3 or 4 people but different players, I might not be able to do it. We might get our ass handed to us, right? There's always that chance. And that brings in the whole conversation between static and not static. I prefer not static. A number of streamers on here play with static people. I've seen it. The issue with this is, what if they can't make it Thursday? What if they can't make it Friday? What if they're going on vacation for a week or two? What are you going to do? You haven't already built a Rolodex of people, so now you got to try and find somebody to fit in with 5 other people who already know each other? That's going to be a problem. You might not think it's going to be a problem, but trust me, that's going to be a problem. So, according to a player yesterday, Rune, they had said that they were feared off the cliff. Here's what I want to say. They removed that invisible walkway that people used to camp at all the time. I think that if you're feared against the cliff edge and you're facing a direction and you hit forward, I think you're taking yourself off the cliff. Because I don't think fear takes you off the cliff either. I think fear puts you in a direction, a person panics, hits their forward button, and runs himself off the cliff. That's what I think happens. I'm fairly certain, lightning strike me, that that's what's happening. And then people turn around and say, oh, I just got feared off a cliff. It's like, no, you didn't. You got feared to the cliff, you pressed forward, you weren't looking where you were going, and you ran yourself over the edge. That's what happened. You helped the mob kill you. That's what happened. You gave in to the force. You did not defy gravity. The time to kill with 4 players increases from about 60 seconds to about 3 minutes. 5 to 6 recovery between pulls, not too rewarding but possible and slow. And that's the other thing. You would never want to be in a position where recovery is 66% and killing is 33% or what have you. That's a bad equation also. So what do? You can't have instant mana regen, because then all of a sudden full groups are able to go through dungeons to the hardest content and kill non-stop with minimal downtime. They have to control progression, which is why I'm fairly certain you're not going to see them specialize in mid-numbered groups. Mid-number being 3, 4, 5. I don't think you're going to see that. But again, that's just me, and I'm the odd person out, because I know there are a lot of streamers, a number of streamers out there who have put a lot of time into this game and have all the exact opposite opinions of what I've just said for the past 40 minutes. I understand. I get it. But that's not me. That will never be me. At least I hope it's not me. If it ever becomes me, I will log off the internet and start playing Minesweeper. I think that's still available. Actually, I don't think Minesweeper's on Windows anymore, is it? Probably not. Hey, Yuke, what's happening? Hey, Yuke, I'm supposed to yell at you. Val was looking for you like 20 minutes ago. Oh, wait, you're in the group. Never mind. Well, I'm still going to yell at you, because where were you 20 minutes ago? Anyways, whatever. Hey, Val. Yeah, hey, Val, I just yelled at Dio for you, but then I realized you already had him in the group. I turned off auto attack if you want to CC it or whatever. I'm not sure what's happening here. Not the mama. That's a dinosaur's reference for those who don't know. Having read the chat and dropped a stream, I'd be happy if they didn't listen to anything or any Discord stuff. So VR, I'll tell you right now, VR does not want to dishearten the current player base. It's not like they're building the game and then when the game launches they're like, haha, suckers, see you later. That's not them. They're trying to... This is the problem when you're dealing with more than one person. It's multiple opinions, and it's, whatever the majority is saying. However, with that said, they also know that they have a lot of people right now who own this game who are not playing early access, and they will not jump into early access, they will wait till release. So they have to make a lot of decisions over what they feel is best for their game. Based on the fact that we're already a decade into this development, and a decade in on a group-focused MMORPG, 2 months of people going on about how they want non-group content, I can honestly say that's probably not going to fly. What they're doing right now, they have their roadmap. They know what their roadmap is, and we don't. What are we doing? Are we changing? I have no idea what the group is doing. I have no idea. Alright, we're just gonna wing it. Anyhow, point is, I believe that I believe the game will launch in a year and a half, or whenever it decides to launch, with the same kind of vision that it's had for the last 10 years. That's what I believe. I believe it will be a group-focused MMORPG. I believe there will be solo aspects to the game, but I still firmly believe that if I were to divide it by 100%, it's going to be 80% group, 20% other. That's what I believe. Now, I could be wrong in a year and a half, but I'm going to stick to my guns for this for the time being, because that's what they want. They want a social MMORPG. And as I've said 100 times, probably in the last month here, social is not solo. And when I say solo, I'm including 2, 3, 4. A group in this game, by definition, is 6. Just like a group in EQ would be 6. Or an EQ2 would be 5, or whatever it is, or whatever group numbers are. That's what I consider a group. Because then people go, oh yeah, well you can't say that because a group could be 2, a group can be 3, a group can be 4. No, it can't. No, it can't. Not by the game's definition. Never. Never in 100 years. Long before the internet, has a group never been related to as less than the maximum number of people in a group. It's the players that are saying the lesser numbers are a group. And it's not. It's less than a group by a game's definition. So, think about that for a second. Did we get our 63 in Great Axe? We did. What else do we need? Hand to hand. Heavy crushing. Heavy crushing. Where's our heavy crusher? Right there. I haven't played yet, just got the game. I reserve the right to refute everything you have said in the last hour just cause. You have that right, Vec. Nobody else does. But you do. I'll let you have it. I was hoping we'd get to Carl Halnir's this evening, but Black Rose and Ghost was taken. Cogent argument, so it'll be hard. Yes, it most definitely will be hard. It will be difficult for them to come out with a product that's going to please the current player base. For new players, they won't have all the biases that we've had the past 6-7 years. You know, the first gen VIPers that got access to the game when the game didn't look anything like this. We actually, if you look at my stream from last night, we spent the last, what, hour and a half? We went back in time. we didn't have anything going on in Pantheon, so we were looking at older games, MMOs. I brought up a 40-minute video on quote-unquote the death of Vanguard, and if you watch, I mean, I was complaining and whining and getting riled up because, as some of you know, I was involved in the building of Vanguard. But the video started showing a bunch of stuff of early Pantheon, and to see what early Pantheon looked like before this, I mean, dude, it was wild. I really liked the armor appearance in the original Pantheon aesthetic, especially the plate armor. The plate armor looked really cool. It was an interesting evening, but it was like the last 2 hours of the stream last night. That was a good hit. 49 and 57. $61. I just love this game too much, man. Every night I'm in here. Every night I'm in a group. Every night we're doing something. But again, I'm not like, you know, all the other streamers. All the other streamers don't necessarily do this. They'll sit, they'll kill time, they'll solo, they'll duo, they'll trio, and they'll talk. But I feel like they really don't get anything done. In a group-focused MMORPG by definition, go to Steam, look at the game description before you even scroll down. Group Focus is there. Go to their website. Group Focus/social is there. There should be nobody soloing. Nobody should be duoing. People should be working on grouping and running groups all the time. People have a lot more time to play than I do, and it should be used in group settings, testing all the group stuff. But again, people don't do that. They want to sit and kill time and do what they will and chill and so on. That's not helping the game. What they're doing is they're showing people how to take twice as long to solo up the level chain, and I don't know how people find that fun. I don't. I have no idea how they find that fun. That would kill me. That would kill me. That would destroy the social that's in me. It would just disappear. I wouldn't talk to you guys. I wouldn't do anything. I'd just sit here staring at the screen. But I need this game to come out as a social group experience. I don't care what they do with it. I need this game to come out as a social group experience. I need to know that when I log in, I'm sending tells to people. I'm talking to people. I'm forming groups. I need to know I can do that. The day that I can't do that, I'm done. I will not play a game if I can't be me. And unfortunately, being me is being not like a lot of other people. Yes, you are. Stop fibbing. Fibbing. You should just run around, Pee-wee, until the border of your screen starts blinking red and then run back to the group. Or run around until music starts playing that sounds like combat music and then just run back to the group. Am I? Excuse me. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? You guys chilling? What else can we talk about? Anybody got any questions? Any gripes? Any concerns? How about that space capsule landing? That was pretty cool. Them astronauts are home now. No more 10th month in space. That's pretty cool. I watched a bit of that today before I went live. I saw them land in the water and that was about it. Excuse me. And it's like speaking of classes. So we're looking for the bard now, right? A lot of people are looking for the bard. A lot of people. I'll be perfectly honest. I'd be okay if they came out tomorrow and said the 13 classes that are in are the 13 classes at launch. I'm okay with that. But that's not going to happen. So we're going to put up with the next year of so many people whining and complaining about the bard. And it's going to be mind-numbing. And I'm sure VR is going to have to tune it out. You know, grin and nod as the phrase goes. What they're trying to fin- I don't remember what my point was supposed to be. Oh, yeah. So, enchanters, right? So, they're going through a rework right now of the healers. They're trying to finish the healers. I believe they're working on the cleric right now. I believe the shaman and druid are pretty much done. They work really well. So I believe they're going to finish up the cleric, and then I believe their next step is to look at the tanks. Now, with that said, that means they're going to have to look at the mages as well. When they get to the mages, a lot of people are complaining that they don't have charm. Now, here's my thing. Most people would use the phrase argument. They would say, here's my argument about this. I'm not going to say argument because I'm not going to argue with people. But here are my thoughts on the whole charm thing. The enchanter in Pantheon does not need a charm to be the enchanter. Charm was in EQ. I get it. Charm was in EQ too. I get it. This is not EQ. This is a game pulling inspiration from multiple games. They don't want to cookie-cutter classes. But so many enchanters who played in Norath, let's say Norath, that's all the games of EQ. All the people that played enchanters in Norath had a charm. So they firmly believe that this game, enchanter should have a charm. No, they shouldn't. Look at a paladin in WoW and compare it to a paladin in EQ. Look at a druid in WoW and compare it to a druid in EQ. Jekyll and Hyde, day and night, not similar. These classes don't need to be the classes from EQ or WoW or Vanguard. They need to be their own unique thing. If Charm, or Mez, or Root, or Snare, or Taunt, or Bleed, or Stun, or Interrupt doesn't make it to a class, get over it. So many people complain about certain key cornerstone abilities from other games that are missing because those people greedily want that ability in this game. That's just an example. There are other examples, but I don't need to go on for the next hour and a half about them. So if Charm, for example, or the Bard were to not make it in the game, deal with it. Welcome to Pantheon. Welcome to Terminus. Nobody knows what Charm is. Unless you're Krushnek, then everybody knows what Charm is. Ha 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 ha. Just saying. Wait until the Bard comes out, because here's what's gonna happen, okay? Okay, mark my words. They go to start talking about the Bard. They get a basic loadout for the Bard hits internal testing, and then they give the announcement that we're getting a Bard. The second the Bard comes into the game, and there are only 4 different songs you could put together. Do you think all the bards are going to shut up and be happy with those 4 songs? No. Where's this ability? Where's this ability? Where's this ability? Where's this ability? What's going on? Mark my words. Timestamp this. I'm telling you, that's exactly like people just can't be happy with the way the game is supposed to be. Like, my goodness. My goodness. Mark my words. That will happen. We will all come back to this moment. Well, we probably won't because we're going to forget about it in a week's time. But we'll come back to this moment in a year's time, a year and a half's time, and we will see that exactly what I just said is exactly what's going to happen when the Bard comes in. People just do not want to shut up and be happy and deal with what they're given. You just type /friend and then the name, Beck, with a space after it, like /friend space the person's name. And you might have to capitalize the name. I always capitalize the name. I'm not saying that's the problem, but it's just /friend space the player's name. But yeah, that will definitely happen. The Bard will come out, it'll have X number of songs, and people won't be happy because it doesn't have these other X number of abilities. Dudes. I mean, it won't be me. I don't have any interest in playing an Enchanter or a Bard. Or any other class for that matter. Warrior for life. Maybe a Paladin. We'll see what happens if I can actually get one leveled up during early access. And see what it's about. I know a couple of things about this game that you guys don't know. And I'm not going to say them. And it's very interesting. Uh-oh, chat went silent. Did I scare everybody away? I probably scared everybody away, did I? Maybe I should have a disclaimer up talking about the opinions of Krushnek is blah 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 blah. And a hand. And staff. Okay, where's our staff? That's our staff? Duskfiend, anybody? Mr. Duskfiend, give me your loot. Lay down and play dead, except for real. Actually, I think we already have his loot, right? Oh, we swapped it out. No, that is the one. That's the collar he drops, right? Yes, the collar. What was the details for the belt that dropped? Oh, I thought somebody said there was a belt. My bad. Oh, pelt. Sorry. No. I thought when you said pelt, you said belt. Hey, War, what's happening? How you doing, man? How's your Tuesday going? I'm sticking with my constitution, so no here. What are you up to tonight, War? What's going on? Dude, we had a pretty hearty conversation earlier. Last hour. How long? Yeah, I'd say hour and a half. Just having a big old discussion with chat in the game and its accessibility. Pretty good conversation. We were discussing there's a petition out there that was started regarding softening the game a little bit. And by softening, I mean when you go into a dungeon now with a group, the group content can be a bit of a time sink or a burn, which by definition it should be. But on the side of people who maybe might not be able to put together a 6-person group in an evening, maybe they can only get 3 people or 4 people, you know, why is there no quote-unquote dungeon type content for them to do? Now, you can technically do 3 to 4 person content in dungeons by killing the group mobs, but it's going to take you longer to do so, and you stand a risk of taking a lot more damage or running out of mana. I get it. So we were trying to figure out if a system like you have your non-elite mobs, you have your elite mobs, but you don't have anything in the middle. So maybe designing a 3rd level of a mob and then having random spawns, meaning that you might have a duo or a solo mob spawn in one spot at one point, but an hour later, you might have an elite mob spawn in that same point. And that way, for those who don't want to put together a full group, or don't have a full group, or only want to hang out with one or two of their friends, they still take a risk of trying to camp something. Because it seems like people want softer mobs to crawl faster and camp faster. I can't get behind that. The social person that I am, I need the 6-person group. I need to log in and be able to send tells and make friends all over the place and not have static groups. I need all of that. But this petition focuses to circumvent that, to make it so that a dungeon may not need 6 people to go through. So we were having a big conversation with a number of people about how you could try to placate those individuals without sacrificing the challenge of the game. And the only thing I could think of was to create a mid-range spawn. But to be perfectly honest, I've been playing this game non-stop for 3 years. I'm on my 5th or 6th warrior. I've honestly forgotten how many warriors I've had. I love this game. I make all the friends, I reach out, I have Rolodexes on 2 different servers with a whole bunch of people. If I jump in, I can grab people that I don't even know, and we can group up and run stuff. That's what I love doing. This is my jam. The whole social MMORPG, group-focused MMORPG, that you just take my face and put it right there, because that is me. So I can't get behind turning dungeon content into duos, trios, and quads. I can't. That will ruin the game for me, and then I'll stop playing. I can't do that. I can't. I love this game too much the way it is right now. People have their issues, and some of those issues are justified, but those issues are not for this game. You need to go find something else that has those parameters in it already, right? But it's almost like... I'm not being mean when I say this. You guys that have been here long enough, you know that I'm a pretty chill person, I'm pretty cool, and I get along with everybody. But I will say this. It seems like players want content that they don't have to work for. I can't get behind that. I cannot get behind not working for the reward. You go to work to get paid. You get paid to buy your car. You get paid to buy your house. Like, you work. You, in the traditional sense of the word, you work to get your reward all the time. You schmooze your partner, you build that faction, you get that reward. You know, it's all about working to the reward. And when you talk about softening something, we want to take that reward away or degrade that reward for the people who are here for the full Monty, the full package, 100%. Now, with the active player base in the game, or with the number of people who own the game right now, let's hypothetically say 65% of that whole population. So let's say the population is 10,000. So 6,500 players may feel like the game needs to be softened a little so they can progress without doing all the legwork. We're only considering the people who have access to the game right now. We're not considering the people who are going to pick the game up when the game launches. That very well could be a much larger audience. You guys saw last night, we only had 30 some odd people in the beta for Vanguard, and when Vanguard launched, it sold 250,000 copies. I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen with Pantheon. I hope it does. I hope these guys make all the money in the world, and I hope they keep putting content in, and I hope this game goes for a decade, because I'm thoroughly enjoying this game. But to dumb the game down, to be polite, to dumb the game down, I can't get behind that myself. But again, they're my opinions, and I'm just one person. But I know this game is being built specifically for me. So, that much I know. Then what is meta? 3-4 person group. Right, Buzz. Yes, exactly, Buzz. That's exactly my fear. This is much more fun than solo. Yes, it is, you. Again, the whole thing about this game is the social aspect. People just aren't used to this, because you guys may turn around and say, well, I was, but most of the people playing this game right now didn't play EQ back in the day. And when I say back in the day, I'm talking launch. Some of you may, that's fine, but the majority of these people have grown up with Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, ESO, Guild Wars 2, Black Desert Online. Those are different experiences from EQ, from 1999 EQ. They're not even similar. EQ was made, that mold was broken, nobody's duplicated it. Nobody. Now, some smartass will turn around and go, oh, well, they didn't duplicate it because it sucks. You weren't there, so you have no idea, so all you're going to do is come off as an ignorant buffoon to people like myself. The reason why EQ was never duplicated was solely because of the numbers of people who played the game. In EverQuest, you raided with 72 people. 90% of you right now are sitting there going, how the hell do you raid with 72 people? That's ridiculous. You weren't there. That's all I can say. You weren't there. Now, I'm not saying this game needs 72-person raids. That would be ridiculous. Have I seen Monsters and Memories? I know of a Loving Robot, who is I believe he's one of the developers, just like Joppa. He's the Joppa of Monsters and Memories, I believe, when he streams. I've never caught a stream, but I've seen screenshots and I've seen a couple of small videos about Monsters and Memories. My understanding is there's not a whole lot of filling just yet with that game. Now, am I interested in playing it? I'm not sure, because I need this game to take me away from EQ. Those of you who don't know need to understand. I played EQ at launch for almost a decade. I walked away from EQ thinking I finally quit the game. 9 years ago, I logged into EQ, actually a decade ago, when I started streaming, or just after I'd started streaming. I jumped into EQ one evening to show one viewer why I thought EQ was as awesome as it was. I met two silly individuals, and I was been in the same guild, this guild, on 6 different progression servers in the last 10 years. Because of EverQuest. Monsters and Memories seems like it would be more like that, and I'm trying to get away from that. I need Pantheon to rip me away so I never go back to Norath, at least until EQ3, if it turns out to be something cool. But, yeah. I don't have a huge interest in playing Monsters and Memories. Will I look at it at some point? Maybe. But I can't say right now that I would look at it tomorrow or next week. Because right now my interest is Pantheon. And it's unfortunate because a lot of streamers have, like, they've stopped streaming Pantheon on the regular. Like, there are streamers right now that hold a bigger audience than I do, and they're playing other games. Which is in their right, but it sucks for me because I need as many people as possible to see this game for what it is and pick it up and support VR so we can build a game and have a game when the game's ready to launch and the game has a start and an end game and what have you. That's what I need. On a selfish tip. That's what I need. Which is funny because I'm still waiting to get into one of the Titan Quest 2 playtests. If that happens, we'll spend probably a couple of days doing some Titan Quest 2. I just installed Titan Quest 1 in case I get the urge to jump in. I also haven't spent a lot of time in Monster Hunter Wilds either. I also, funny enough, still want to look at Elden Ring. I haven't touched Elden Ring, and I've wanted to play Elden Ring since it released, like, what, 5 years ago? 4 years ago? explain. Yes, the Wrath Council, or Wraith Council, however you want to pronounce it, Yuke. Yes, that was a nightmare. You should have seen how we set up in chill mode for the Wrath Council. It was ridiculous. There's a 3-day playtest coming on April 12th. Is it an open playtest? Do I have to purchase the game, or can I just download the game and play for the 3 days? Open playtest free. Maybe we'll look at it. When is it? April 12th. That's in 2 weeks, right? Well, 3 weeks. Maybe we'll look at it. Maybe we'll look at it. Someone try and remind me, you know, when we get close. Well, I'm sure I'll hear about it when we get close to it. I'd look at it. Sure, why not? I mean, we all know I've already killed everything in this game. So you know, I mean, it really wouldn't make that big of a deal if I took 2 or 3 days off to look at another game. Oh, we probably got 63 on staff, right? Yeah, we did. So, hand-to-hand is the last one. That'll be fun. We'll be swinging for 2 and 3 points of damage in a second. Do I have 2 to strength? I think 2 to strength is the best option. Let's do that. There. Strength is 35. Punch that spider. You've done a few playtests, seems really good. What can you tell me about it? Tell me about it, Trexit. Are there classes in the game, or is it pretty much pick your character and then play how you want? I really don't know much about it, other than it seems to resemble EQ1, you know, graphically. It's very close to EQ. I think I have a quest for this guy. Giant Dusk Bat? I think so. Let's see what happens here. Nope, guess not. I thought I did. What's Night Warden? Oh, that's the name Spider. Whoops, my bad. I need the spider in the spider caves. So that is the butthole of Mad Run right there. Or that is the sphincter of Mad Run. That's a bad place. It's a bad place to drop down right there. Oh, you try to put a link in? Let me know when you're back in chat, Trex, and I'll permit you again. Yeah, permits only work the one time. Okay, the group called a quick AFK. So we're on a 2-3 minute AFK while they do their thing. Ba-da-bum-bum. Yeah, my whole thing is, as far as difficulty goes, I have a firm belief that difficulty is relative, and I've said this for most of my life, and I've said this since I started streaming. And what I mean by difficulty is relative. Something that might be difficult for me to do might be easy for you to do, and vice versa. So I don't believe something is necessarily harder or easier, right? Difficulty is subjective. What I will say is this. I believe the accessibility of this game is right where it needs to be. That's what I will say. I believe the accessibility of the game is exactly where it needs to be. You should not be able to hot knife through butter, as the phrase goes, through a dungeon. Not in this game. You should not be able to do that. There should be resistance against you at every turn. Sure, you can sprinkle in a couple of patsy mobs, like the little glass cannons, you know, the glass cannon spiders and Hellneers. Sure. 10 hit points, 5,000 damage. Bit of a concern. But as far as the group-based content, you need to work against that. Like, there should not be forward progress in a crawl, right? It should not just be moving forward, no problem, like you're behind a drill, underground, drilling a tunnel for Elon Musk. It should not be that accessible. You should butt your head against something, clear it, move forward, butt your head against something, clear it, move forward, butt your head against something. That's how a group crawl is supposed to be. Because if it's not, then everybody just moves to where the names are and stays there, with no risk of dying. That's not cool. You need to go play a single-player RPG for that kind of stuff. Difficulty is nice. Get more gear, get more levels, then beat stuff you didn't before. Yes, Yuke. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. I'm just glad that VR is in a position where they've increased the size of their team now, so they have more people working for them, which is fantastic. They got their quest writing on the go, which is fantastic. We're going to start seeing more quests. I'm not going to give any details that I might have been privy to, but we're going to get more quests, so that's cool. I'm looking forward, man. I'm looking forward. I had a message sent to me. I guess Joppa has mentioned that he's not going to be here for the rest of the week, so there probably won't be any streams. I guess he's away doing something for the game. Isn't there a conference or something going on this week? It's not GDC, is it? Hang on. I think there's something going on. Maybe he's going for marketing. GDC 2025. March 17th to the 21st. That's this week. Yeah, maybe he's going to GDC. That's cool. Right now, Pantheon feels like that sign at the carnival. You must be this tall to ride, which might push a lot of players away from the game. Right, yeah, and again, like I said, that's where we are right now. How do they handle that, or do they handle that? And again, like I said earlier, I could see them introducing that mid-range accessibility. We use the words accessibility. I don't want to use difficulty because, again, it's relative. But I could see them adding that third mid-ground encounter, you know. But they would have to cycle spawns. You can't have the lower end stuff spawning in the same spot all the time. Dungeons will end up getting too predictable, and then what'll happen is they'll just put all the easy stuff at the beginning, and you'll have to kill all the hard stuff immediately around any name spawns. You don't want that, because that's going to make you just as sour as leaving everything chevroned. But if they could find a way to come up with a mid-ground and cycle the spawns, I could see that being interesting. You would still hit chevron, but not as often as if there was no mid-ground, I guess. It's a cool idea, now that I talked it out. I don't know if they'll do it, but it's a cool idea. I think they should just remove chevrons altogether so we don't know what's what. So you run into a mob, you think it's a solo mob, you go to kill it, and then it automatically destroys the group. I mean, honestly, that would be ridiculous. Yeah, I think everybody's back now. And, I mean, again, somebody could turn around and say, but what if they just added, like, a smaller dungeon? You know, like a goblin cave, you know, with lesser difficulty. I guess I could kind of see that. However, that wouldn't really fit with the fluidity of the game. Like, players would know that that's an alternate thing to do, which is another bit of difficulty. Because then what's going to happen is you're going to have bigger characters or bigger groups just go into those places and camp everything. It'll be the Shadow Knight problem from EQ, where they run in, they grab a dozen different things, and they burn them all down at the same time. You know what they could do? They could look at Guild Wars 1. Anybody ever play Guild Wars 1? You jump in game, you hire 5 other AI tunes to go with you, and good luck. Look at G'day Fort. G'day Fort's only issue is overpopulation, but they already know this. My Vanguard, when I say Vanguard for the point of this conversation, I'm talking about my guild over on the other server. Vanguard took a couple of nights, and went over to the G'day Fort to show that the area was just overpopulated. We were there for 3.5, 4 hours. I had streamed it. People in Vanguard have like direct communication with VR, and we were showing that it's way too crowded for any group or any groups period to make camp. The problem with the fort is getting in past the entrance. They have 6 different spawns, 6 different areas with 3 spawns at least, and they're all within 6 feet of each other. That is a problem because you cannot investigate full. You cannot feign death full without getting killed by 3 different targets. You can't CC the 3 to pull the 1 and not aggro 3 more mobs on the way out. So the problem with the fort is they didn't sprinkle enemies into the fort. They tipped the bucket upside down and dropped everything into it, and then left it. That's what happened. They took all their Legos, they dumped them out on the floor, and then they walked away and didn't clean it up. That's what happened. So what happened right here? These little spiders almost just annihilated the group. Telling you, man, you gotta pay attention. Gotta pay attention. This game will come along and kick you in the cojones. Yes, hang on a second, Trex. I think you tried to link that earlier. Here you go, man. Monsters and Memories Wiki. Cities, open world dungeons. Quest, NPCs, equipment. Okay, I will take a look at that. Okay. Thank you for the link. Okay, so that's max. So we have no other skill to level up at the moment? No, everything is 63. So let's go... What's my best damage? Frostfang. Probably the Pummeler? I think Frostfang and the Pummeler. Yeah, Frostfang and the Pummeler. The Wizard in particular looks incredible. They have some very unique classes. There's an Inquisitor, it's an Enchanter plus Warrior. There was an Inquisitor in EQ2. Are you familiar with EQ2 at all? EQ2 was pretty cool, man. They had your 4 art. They were the first game to have subclasses, like D&D style. You would start in EQ2 in the beginning. You would start and you would pick your archetype: fighter, mage, priest, rogue, or scout. Sorry, yeah, fighter, priest, mage, scout. Then under that, so if you took fighter, you started as a level 1 fighter. You got your fighter to level 10. What was that? Oh. Sorry, I was talking to my chat. Sorry. It's a thing I do. Val knows. What was I saying? Oh, so in EQ2, you'd pick a fighter. You get your fighter to level 10. At level 10, you would visit your trainer, and your trainer would tell you that there was a certain trial that you could perform in order to specialize in a class. So you would go do the specialization, and then you would go do the trial, and then when you were done, you had a chance to morph your fighter into either a Guardian or an Inquisitor. Guardian or Berserker. The Guardian was the plate armor, sword and board, brick crap house that you could punch in the face 5,000 times. The Berserker was a dual-wielding or two-handed mercenary that could tank using DPS. However, not as much mitigation. Way more DPS than a Guardian, but less mitigation than a Guardian. If you picked an Enchanter, if you picked Mage and you got the level 10 and you went to the Enchanter trainer and you did whatever the trial was for the Enchanter, when you got to your master class, you could either pick a Coercer or an Illusionist, and each of those had their own particular... A lot of people don't understand the beauty of EverQuest 2. Like I said earlier, EverQuest 2 is still, to this day, my all-time favorite game for raiding and for group dungeons, at least under SOE. I can't speak about Daybreak or Dark Paw because I never played them. But I'm somebody who's played everything. I've done the WoW, I've done the Final Fantasy, I've done the ArcAge, the DAOC, the Horizons, the Lineage, blah 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 blah, all of it. But EQ2 always drew me back, specifically for the group dungeons and the raiding. With that said, it was pretty cool that you had all these different master classes you could pick from. The fighter had the warrior. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I left out a step. It was fighter, then warrior, then guardian or berserker, because it was fighter, then knight, or paladin and shadow knight, or fighter, then brawler, then monk or bruiser. So yeah, that's what it was. And then after a few years, they got rid of the subclasses and just added all the classes to the character select. I'll tell you, man, if I could have streamed when I was hardcore into EQ2, you guys would have seen a lot of fun. Never mind this game, never mind EQ, you guys would have seen a whole lot of fun. You would have seen some amazing fights, some ridiculous raids. The jokes, my guild in EQ2, House of the Rising Phoenix, was an absolute nut house of crazy people. And it was fantastic, every single day. No drama, no nothing, just EQ2 with a bunch of yahoos that we all just wanted to enjoy our time in game. It was such a fun time. Those of you that have been here for the last decade and seen me in EverQuest and seen how chill mode is, we're pretty chill and relaxed. House of the Rising Phoenix was a whole mess of people. It was the old adage of the inmates are running the asylum. That was Rising Phoenix, to a T. I'll give you guys a story. I've told this story 3 or 4 times over the years. One of the individuals that was in my EQ2 guild was a paladin, and he was a head correctional officer at one of America's most dangerous prisons. Where was it? Illinois? Idaho? Iowa? Shoot, I can't remember. Anyways, he showed up one night to raid. We're all sitting. Where were we? I think we were in the Krushnek era of EQ2. So we were setting up to go into Sebelis to raid. And he showed up and he started saying, "Guys, you'll never believe this." He said, "I was at work today. We all knew where his work was. And there was an inmate there that they were having a problem with because this inmate had a tendency of defecating on the floor and then picking up his fecal matter and launching it at somebody randomly, whether it was a guard, whether it was another inmate, it didn't matter. This day, he was being obnoxiously obnoxious. So my buddy is telling 30 other people in voice chat. He's like, so we were getting ready to go down and confront him. And the way we do this is we get in all our tactical gear, we go down and brace at the jail, at the door or whatever. We open the door, and then with the riot shield, we force him against the wall to contain him until we can get him locked down and get him moved, blah, whatever. So he explained the process, and we were like, okay, that seems normal. Like, that seems how things work in a prison. He goes, "You'll never believe this," and then he starts laughing. He said, the 4 of us got down to the corner by the jail cell. Myself and my buddy with the shield were in the front, and my 2 co-workers were behind us with batons. I put my hand on my buddy's shoulder with the shield, and I said, "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to main tank, and then I'm going to come in with the assist." The voice chat went silent for, 3 or 4 seconds. And then 30 people exploded in laughter. He was so excited. He had raiding on the brain while he was at work that he treated his co-worker like they were getting to raid a jail cell. And I'm telling you, I laughed. We laughed all night. We butt our head against this one boss that we steamrolled every time, and nobody, for the most part, could focus because jokes were just flying. It was a wild story. But he was that excited just to get home and raid in EQ2. That's what EQ2 did to people. And most people don't realize, because when they jumped into EQ2 unfortunately wasn't in a good state at the time. People didn't give it the credit, and they moved on and went to WoW and Final Fantasy XI and everything else that was out there, which is unfortunate. Because it took 2 years, but EQ2 became a phenomenal game. Now it's a hot mess again because we jumped into it over COVID, and I took a swashbuckler and a mercenary, and I went through 4 expansions without needing another person, which was weird. So EQ2 went from one of the most challenging games I've ever experienced to being what some people would call a theme park experience or a hand-holding experience. So chances are we won't be back to EQ2 anytime soon. But anyways, I have a ton of stories like that. A ton of stories of people. I've had people cut lovey-dovey time with their spouse because they realized they were 5 minutes late to raid. On more than one occasion. That's happened. Oh man, I have gilded with some hilarious people. And nobody ever got a stick up their arse, nobody ever got mad, nobody yelled, nobody hated anybody. Yeah, dude, there was no drama, everything was fantastic. It was like we were all high, sitting in somebody's living room, just laughing it off. Every night it was like that with Rising Phoenix. Oh, it was so good. Those were the days. Yeah, dude. When he said that his buddy was gonna main tank and he would come in with the assist, that was it. I laughed. I laughed and I laughed and I laughed. Can't believe he said that. that was so good. I need to get going for a bit, but I'll check to see if you're still on later. Thanks for this. Hey, no worries, man. No worries. Have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. We'll talk to you next time. Hey, man. Thanks for the bits. You didn't have to do that. But thank you regardless. We'll talk to you later. Yeah, man. I got so many stories. So many stories I can't even tell on stream. I got some, man. So many stories from over the years. I have met some ridiculous people. I've gamed with drug smugglers. I've gamed with gun runners. I've gamed with surgeons. I've gamed with lawyers. All sorts of people. All sorts of people get into it. Have I ever gamed with a clown? Can I consider any of you a clown? Okay, thank you. Yes, hard. I've gamed with a clown. I was telling a story from years ago when I was in EverQuest 2 about one of my guildmates and a funny story about a raid, and I was saying, you know, like I've got a lot of memories and a lot of stories over the deck, like all the different types of people that I've met, and I was saying how I've gamed with like drug runners, gun runners, doctors, surgeons, lawyers, everything under the sun, and one of my viewers said, "But have you ever gamed with a clown?" And I was like, "Hang on a second." So that's why I asked. So I can cross that off. Way of life. I was gonna count myself, but I felt like that was cheating. Yeah. Wonder what latency latency would be like if I played on a US server. Where are you located, Hard? Are you European? I would guess your ping would probably be... Well, what's mine? I'm in Canada, so Canada to the US. I'm pinging at about 15 milliseconds. That's phenomenal. Oh, you're in Australia. You're probably looking at a 300 ping, I would think. $250, 300 anyways. Right. Yeah, now that you told me Australia, I figured you were on the Oceanic server. But on a US server, I'm pretty sure you'd have a few hundred for your ping. I'm pretty sure. It'd be 250 or so. You should try it and see what happens. Can't you try it? Yeah, you can just pick from the server screen, right? Yeah. Press F11. F11 will give you the numbers in the top left. I believe EQ does the same thing. Or in EQ, it's the same thing. F11. Yeah, it would be, yeah, so because of your smaller, more focused location, your ping would be single digit. My ping is double digit because I'm in another region. Even though I'm above the US, I'm still connecting to a US server. So just because it might be, you know, right next door, I may have to pass through 12 or 13 different servers to get there. That's where my ping comes from. The fact that we have a 15 ping is fantastic. That means I have a pretty clean connection straight to the server. This is the Ermos server. E-R-M-O-S. Ermos. Yeah, try it. I'd be intrigued to see what kind of ping you got from Australia. I still want to say you'd be between 250. But with technology today, who knows? Maybe you're sub 100. That would be cool. If you were sub 100 from Australia, that would be phenomenal. Can you do one more server and play on Revenant? You mean like, are you asking me if I could roll a tune on a third server? That would be, man, for me, that would be tough. 3 different servers on the go? Oh my goodness. I don't know if I have enough time. I'd have to be a full-time streamer. If I was a full-time streamer, I could do 3 servers. Wouldn't be a problem. Getting the first 20 levels is easy. It's everything after that. Triple digit would be true EQ style. I remember playing that on dial-up with over 300. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking if you could get sub 100, that's phenomenal. If it's over 100, I mean, I would think it would be average. If it's 150, I would say that's where you would be. Well, closer to 200. You get 3 servers at the same time. 3 servers at the same time would be rough. That would be rough. What would I do? I'd have another warrior. I'd have another warrior. These guys are harvesting Padrium while we're out here killing, so... $112 in the cave. That's really good. That's fantastic hard. That's fantastic. 112 from the other side of the planet? That's phenomenal. We need you on another server. Why do you need me on another server? Who's we? Another warrior is needed? Surprised it's that low? I'm not really. With today's technology, with today's internet, I mean, you guys, you would probably connect outside of Australia through some sort of fiber connection. That is pretty cool that it's 112 though. Do. So, is there anybody in chat that is going to go over to the PvP server when it launches next month? Serious inquiry. I'm not going, but I'm wondering if any of you are going. You'll be going over? Right on. Will you be going over with whatever guild you're in, or will there be a group of you going over? Dude, I'm not putting up. Dude, I don't have enough time as is to get stuff done. I'm not having to worry about other players ruining my deal, my 3 or 4 hours that I have in the evening. I don't have enough time. Why was I the only one that was pulled there? That's rude. Wonder if any streamers are going to jump over to the PvP server. I'm sure they will. That will be interesting. It's only going to be fun for 2 weeks. Yeah, probably. You're probably right. You're probably right. Here, you know what? I will say this. I don't think we'll see I don't think there's going to be a reason to bring Krushnek Prime off the bench right now, at least for the next little while. And I do believe that when the PvP server launches, I don't think we're going to have any 30+ content. So maybe maybe for a couple of nights, we go over and get our butt handed to us, just to see what the experience is like. That's 5 strength. Oh, we almost have 40 strength at level 20. That is nuts. That is nuts. I will say this, I will say this. I don't think we're going to get any new 30 plus content for me to bring Krushnek Prime off the bench in the next month. So maybe for a couple of nights, maybe we'll check out the PvP server. Maybe. We'll see. I believe, I thought about this over a couple of nights. I believe the absolute most fantastical time with PvP is going to be in Halnir's Cave. Not the Manor, not the Goblin Caves, not the Spider Caves, not the Fort, not anything contested. I believe Halnir's Cave is going to be phenomenal for PvP. It's going to be so ridiculous. The Ravagers alone are going to have a field day. They are going to kill so many people. Not the players, the Ravagers. The Ravagers are going to kill so many people. What are the rules for the PvP server? I know you can't attack 5 levels above or 5 levels below, I believe, right? I think that's right. And I think there's a 90-second invincibility timer on death, or on revive. Is that right? I can't remember. I want to say I heard that or read that from somewheres. And outside of that, it's pretty much everything goes. What do I think the best starting area is at the moment? Thronefast. Avelia. You can't beat it. There's so much to do in Thronefast right now as opposed to Wild's End. Wild's End, all you're going to do is get to about level 4 or 5, and then you're going to want to get a port over to Thronefast. You're better off just starting in Thronefast for the time being. Now, I will say this. They are currently working on building out Wild's End. Hey, Rar, I forgot to acknowledge you. What's going on? They are starting to build out Wild's End. I believe the next update is going to have some stuff for Wild's End, if I'm not mistaken. So, and I believe that's part of the issue as to why we didn't get the update last week. But I believe they are trying to build Wild's End up to be like Thronefast. Excuse me. But right now, the best starting area is Thronefast. Getting from the cave? I mean, you could get there. All you'd have to do is run outside with no aggro, you know, not getting aggro. And then as you run down the little valley in front of the town, hug the left-hand side, use line of sight on the trees and the pillar things that the cultists are standing by, run in behind that, cut hard over to the right to get away from the undead to the left, and watch for the snake that's ahead of you. And then if you can do that and then speed run right off the edge of the hill and run straight to Delthrine, the guard at the entrance, you shouldn't have a problem getting to town. The issue is going to be getting past the snake after the undead ruins. But you really should wait till level 4 or 5 anyways. You can easily get 4 or 5 inside the cave. It's not bad. About 5 groups in zone. Unbalanced PvP is best PvP? I would say. Necromancers are going to be interesting in PvP. I was thinking about this. For the first 20 levels, if you're not hard set on pinpointing the best possible gear you can have, either through crafting or crawling specific locations, the ability for the Necro to steal stats from a player, you take 2 strength from a warrior or 2 dexterity from a rogue, that's a big deal in the first 20 levels. So never mind the Necro having any sort of damage, let's say. The debuffing utility of the Necro in PvP is going to be ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The only counter to that would be a Shaman. And that's because the Shaman can buff higher than the Necro can take stats, right? The Shaman, I think, buffs 2 at the low level, buffs 5 at the high. And I think the Necro steals 1 at the beginning and then 2 at the high being level 20, I think. It's going to be interesting. Necromancers are going to be, I believe, the biggest nuisance. Enchanters are best class? We shall see. Mezzing in CC is based off of Constitution, so if there's any sort of calculation with Constitution player to player, enchanters might be useless. You know, my Constitution right now is 19. That's the highest it's been in 3 years since I started playing the game. My Constitution on Krushnek Prime is 11. It is virtually impossible to find Constitution gear without crafting it. I got my Constitution to 19 with crafted gear. People won't have that at the beginning of the server. So for the first 20 levels, it's going to be a big deal. But once somebody gets their Constitution up there, like mid-game, late-game, I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. Well, it won't be an issue for people who have Constitution. It'll be an issue for everybody else. You don't think there'll be late games for PvP? I think players will level to 40. The content won't exist, but I believe players will level to 40. I mean, they're not going to have all the classes reworked by then anyways, right? We've got, what, 3 weeks? They haven't even finished the cleric yet to finish off the priests. So we're not going to get the DPS rebuild. or the scout rebuild. We're not going to get the mage rebuild. Those will come after the server's already launched. I don't want there to be a tank revamp. Leave warriors alone. Warriors are fantastic. All you people whining about warriors need to play better. Think more. Use your brain. Whirlwind. Could you imagine? Dude, you know how many enchanters are going to be pissed that warriors keep breaking mez? That'll be hilarious. That would be hilarious. What warriors need? So, in my opinion, after playing 5 or 6 warriors, again, I don't remember, let's say 5, after playing 5 warriors over the last 3 years, with the changes that have happened with the warrior, the only thing that I could see changed with the warrior, once we hit level 24, so for those who don't know, for the longest time, in our spell book, the warrior only had up to level 10. So you could have a level 25 warrior, but your skills are still level 10 and lower. There was nothing after level 10. Towards the end of Season 6, before Early Access, they implemented a rework that gave some skills from 10 to, I want to say 22, 24 roughly. But then what they did was they just threw in a bunch of banner upgrades. So every other skill that we would get, which I think is like 8, all the way up to level 40, were banner upgrades. None of our other abilities had upgraded components, and we never learned any sort of new technique. With that said, it's kind of boring that we don't have anything but banners from like 24 to 40. So I think the only real change to the warrior is maybe if they put 1 or 2 abilities or 2 or 3 abilities between 24 and 40 that either did something different or improved something that wasn't a banner. That's really all you need, and the warrior's good. I've been able to tank everything. I've killed everything in the game that could be killed under whatever circumstance. I've gotten the gear. Like, I've done everything with the warrior. The warrior's fine. We were tanking naked, 3 nights ago? At Elite Content, and it was fantastic. We were tanking reds, like 2 nights ago. Fantastic. The warrior's fine. You just need to understand how to play them. That goes along with my point, Buzz. If they put something like a rend or a bleed somewheres around there, like in that vast wasteness of just banner updates, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. But I have done everything with the warrior. Unfortunately, a whole lot of people have done next to nothing with the warrior. But I've done everything. I've run groups, I've grouped with every class in the game, I've grouped with every heal build, I've grouped with a druid, I've grouped with a shaman, I've grouped with a cleric, I've grouped with a cleric and a shaman, I've grouped with a cleric and a druid, I've grouped with a druid and a shaman, I've grouped with enchanters, I've grouped with rogues, I've grouped with necromancers for CC, I've done stuff without CC, yeah, warrior feels good to me. The only thing it needs, like I said, is a couple of abilities between 24 and 40, I would say, which is what they're working with right now. Right? Because I don't believe there's any skills above 40 for anybody. Dio, I don't think is... Are you in chat, Dio? Based on the new con system, I don't think Manor goes gray until 22, 23. And I say that because we were up there the other day at 20, and the stuff was still dark blue. So it still has to go to light blue, and then it has to go to green, and then it has to go to gray. So I would say 22, 23, it'll probably go gray, if not 24. Right, which is why I think it's probably closer to mid-20s that it goes gray. But again, jumping back onto that warrior discussion, that's just my opinion, you know? I'm not sure what they have planned, and I'm sure they probably won't listen to me. I'm like one person advocating for this. Everybody else is crapping on the warrior. But the warrior's great. The warrior's great. I mean, I'm still playing it. I haven't shelved it. I haven't gone to another tank. I haven't gone to another class. I haven't stopped playing the game. I still play the warrior every day. It might not be prime, but it's dude, I just can't stop playing. So we're Chevron mobs, but people can't interrupt on the Knoll Mountain. Wait, what? What do you mean? The Knoll, what's it called? Night Watch Knoll? Night Watch Knoll, you can't interrupt anything? Or you mean people for some reason just can't figure out how to do it? Same way. Oh, chevrons are great. Okay, gotcha. So they want to delete this. Yeah. Again, you know, anything that softens the game, I don't think is the right direction. And I know it seems like the majority is saying that, but I don't think so. And I say majority because it's all you see, but it's the same thing as social media, right? You get a bunch of people out there talking about one thing in a negative sense or in an opposite sense, but you get a whole lot of people who just stay quiet because they're smart enough to know to just stay out of it. But then people will go in with ignorance and say, oh, well, if these 500 people are saying this, it must be true. Whereas, you know, 5 million people are just shutting their fingers. Add more content, not make it easier. Exactly. Add more content. Let us get into those Ash Baron bandits. Let us get Black Rose Keep and see what kind of fanciness that is. See if I can bring Krushnek Prime off the bench and actually start crawling some 30 plus content. Have you guys explored Southern Plains at all? Have you guys been up to the town where the docks are that lead out into the ocean with the fake wall that you run through? Have you guys seen that yet? Do they intend to have some sort of story quest, quest-wise, to get you really moving from starting areas? So, I will tell you this. My understanding is, from a recent conversation, that a fair bit of stuff is going to get reworked. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to speak out of turn, but a fair bit of stuff is going to get reworked. So yes, there will be more fluidity to quest lines. You got to remember, the past 2.5 months, they haven't had quest line people set up. It's been world building. That's why we only got a couple of quests at a time. And more or less they were fixing drops and items for the quests that existed in the game. Now we're getting new quests. So yes, there will be questing reworks to be had. And I'm sure you'll hear about them in the near future, but you just won't hear about them from me. But yeah, for those who don't know, in Southern Plains, is it Southern Plains? Eastern Plains? Which Plains is directly attached to AVP? That's Southern, right? And then Southern goes over to Eastern? I think? Or is it the other way around? I don't remember. Anyways, whatever zone it is that's attached to AVP, if you run all the way towards the back, you end up hitting a town that's built along the coast. And if you go down through the back of the town and run down some stairs and go through what looks like a pile of rocks that somebody forgot to move, you walk through the rocks and you come out to the ocean, and there are these massive docks that are built along the water. And that's where the ships are supposed to come in when ship travel is built. But you wouldn't see it unless you walked through the false wall. I mean, you could go the wide way and run along the beach, but you risk being aggroed by one of those titans. Population, I mean, it's a Tuesday, which is probably arguably one of the worst nights for population. Let's see what the server's looking like. 25, 40. That's not bad. I mean, 36 is a bit high. People should stop playing and wait for the content. 30 is a good place to stop. That's a friendly tip to you guys too for right now. You guys are leveling. 30 to 32 is a good place to stop, and then start playing another tune, or take a bit of a break, or help other people without gaining any additional XP, because you really don't want to outlevel the content when the content comes in. That's going to be a waste. You're not going to enjoy yourself, and it's going to be ignorant input, because you won't have the proper knowledge, because you'll have outleveled the content. Like, if this warrior on this server gets up to around 30-32, he'll be shelved too until we get new content. And I'll have to start another tune. On Revenant. Are you guys having population issues, Buzz? Is that why you were talking about the other warrior? Or you just don't have anybody playing warriors? We just want you over here. I'm sure you and whoever else just wants me over there. Oh, you have 7 in gold currently? That's an odd number. That's a little awkward for running a dungeon. We only have 6 people in a group. That's rough. People are going to take offense. 6 of you get together. Whoever's not in the group, man. I feel bad for them. About 7 of them have a warrior. You need me to show them how to play? Is that it? Do they think the warrior's broken? Yeah. Yes. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll do a Patreon or an OnlyFans, and I'll put up some tutorials, right? That's not egotistical. That's not narcissistic. Crush's Code of Tanking. KODE. You're the main tank. Oh, you have the Nidar shield? Yeah, see, I don't have the Nidar shield. I don't even have the Nidar shield on Krushnek Prime. I mean, truth be told, I didn't know Nidar had a shield. I've never seen it drop off them. I mean, I'm sure if I logged over to Krushnek Prime, you know, I'd probably have the opportunity to get it. But I really am just waiting for more 30+ content. Or at least have them rework Agonok. You know, I'm getting tired of killing Agonok just for the rogue dagger. I think all of our rogues in guild have the dagger already. I think we have, what, 5 of them? I think we have 5 of them. Farmed mana for Clicky for like 20 hours in the last 2 days. That's a rough item to get. We've only seen it. At the time that we were there, and when I say we, I mean the guild. We only saw it drop twice. And that was like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. And these guys went hard. These are what you would consider by definition no-lifers. They had jobs, but they spent massive amounts of time in the game trying to farm that super totem. And all they had drop was 2. I know, like, yeah, well, I mean, no life is debatable. It's just, it's the one term I know that gamers catch, right? When you say no life, that just means that a person has a whole lot of time to put towards something. That's all. I don't have that. I got 3 to 4 hours an evening, and that's if everything goes well. You do not play this game 12 hours a day. I mean, how many level 40s do you have? You have 2? I know people who play 12+ hours a day, and they have multiple tunes at like level 40 with almost pretty much best in slot gear. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't bring myself to do it because, like I said, I don't want to outlevel content. Farming the mire or the bog and then the graveyard, that's not fun for me. Unless, you know, we get the necromancer and I get a fell spike. If I get a fell spike, then I'm good. I could probably quit the game if I get a fell spike. I mean, I still want to get the sword off the griffin. I haven't seen the sword since Season 5, I think. Season 5 was the last time I saw the sword. No fun, just a pain, all the way to best in slot. I mean, this warrior right now is built better than Krushnek Prime was at this level. The fact that I have double digits in 4 stats is insane at level 20. Krushnek had strength and stamina skyrocket, but constitution and dexterity were garbage, like single digits. And Krushnek Prime is 34. So, here's something I will say, chat. Crafting gear is a bigger deal than I thought it was. And I'm fairly certain it's a bigger deal than some of you thought it would be. Crafting gear is a big deal. Crafting gear has built this guy stronger than Krushnek Prime. 14 levels higher. That looks so cool. I can't wait till they bring in the new sky. So, for those who don't know, this isn't the what's going to be the regular sky either. The sky's going to look different when they get it in, for those who don't know. We also don't have the second moon yet. We still need the moon that introduces the gnomes. I think it's the Weaver. I wonder how VR is doing according to what they have as an internal timeline. Like, never mind the roadmap. Whatever they have in office for how far along they want to be, I wonder if they're there, if they're behind, or if they're ahead. Because I'm trying to think. We're 3 months in right now to early access on a 24-month schedule. So we're 1/8 of the way through what is supposed to be early access. Effectively, 1/8 of the way. We're in content that took 3 years to make, roughly. Since their decision to remake, like go to the Unity engine, all that stuff, it's been 3 years. We're 1/8 of the way through early access. There's still stuff we're missing, and we're still only on one continent. Now, with that being said, we don't know, obviously, what the state of the game is internally. They might have a second continent that we don't know about. We have no idea. But their plans for launch, my understanding, is to have multiple continents, because that's why they want to bring in the ship travel. Ship travel is going to be a thing. I believe by the time early access is done, they would like to have a starting EverQuest. EverQuest had 3 continents, right? Fadewar, Antonica, and Otis. I believe they want multiple continents as well. Hey, 2 cents. How goes the grind? The grind is going. We're in Madeline at the moment, trying to work on 21. Thought it was going to be 1 continent now. I haven't heard anything about 1 continent. I've heard about multiple because of the ship travel. I don't know how they would work ship travel with one continent. That seems weird. But, I could be wrong. Oh, dude, the game did way better than they thought it was going to do. There are way more people that have picked up the game than they expected, which is fantastic. It's why they were able to increase their team. You know, I believe they increased to 6 members, which is phenomenal because they had 10. I am, but the mobs are evading when they run back. I use a taunt, or I jump at them, and I get a white evade message as the mob resets. Don't you worry, Boo. I'm doing my part. Hey, 2 cents. Thanks for subbing to the channel, man. Tier 1. Good job dodging those ads. Or commercials. Now whenever I start yapping, you won't miss anything. Unless you're not here, in which case you'll miss everything. Yeah, the fact that they were able to increase their team like 60% is fantastic for right now. Because they got their script writing on the go, right? We're going to start seeing more and more quests come into the game, which is fantastic. It's about time. That means they're going to flush out Wild's End. And then they'll probably work on the plains. Hey, maybe one of you guys can do something for me. I never get the chance to tune into Joppa's streams, because every time Joppa ends his stream, I end up sitting down to play the game. So I always miss his lives. Periodically, I'll try and catch a bit of his replay if a viewer comes to me and mentions something, you know, that I should check out. With that said, if any of you check out Joppa's streams on the regular, ask a question maybe on how many continents do they think they'll have at launch. See if you can try and get that information out of them. I mean, you might get something like, we're not there yet, that's a ways away, what have you, but try and ask if they have any idea, you know, if they're going to have more than one continent on launch with the current game plan. And just see if you can get some kind of answer, because I have no way to find out. He won't stream till Monday because he's traveling. Ah, gotcha, right. Hey, Dude Crockett, the reviews are tough on this game. So, the reviews were phenomenal on this game up until about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, the reviews took a turn because of people's complaints about the game currently. But this game had a mostly positive review up until about 2 weeks ago. You can't please everybody. They know they can't please everybody. They're doing what they can. If people are gonna... I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinions. But I'll tell you this, a lot of opinions are wrong. Or, not wrong, they're ignorant, meaning they're ill-informed, right? People just talk to talk. It's unfortunate. Nothing is broken with this game. There's nothing broken with this game. Everything spawns, everything aggroes, everything fights, everything uses its abilities. All the classes use their abilities, all the classes level, all the classes can loot stuff. All the mobs spawn the way they're supposed to. Fewer and fewer mobs are actually spawning in an evade state, which is fantastic. There's nothing that's happened to this game in the last 2 weeks that has made it worse. What's happening is, players are suffering burnout. Those are players that shouldn't be playing this game. We're testing. This game is in development. Most people out there, and maybe some of you as well, aren't treating it like that. You're treating it like the game is supposed to be complete and working when you get in, because you're expecting to have a smooth playthrough. That's not going to happen. So, unfortunately, people will opinion what they will opinion. My opinion is, I've been playing this game 3 years straight. This is my 5th warrior, and I can't seem to stop. If that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what will. Feel like they have different landscapes, water mechanics, weather mechanics, tons of different mobs make new content. Pretty simple. Some of the balance and class issues they're currently working on. Right. And even then, the class balancing isn't monumental. I think what it is it's level of skill and knowledge for the player. And I say this because we just had a conversation about an hour ago, well, a couple hours ago, that lasted an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes. And part of that conversation was me talking about how a whole lot of players out there for the last 2-3 weeks have been complaining about the warrior. They've been complaining in Joppa's streams. When I watch the replays, I see all the dummies typing their messages about the warriors. The warriors are not broken. The warriors are not needing upgrades. The warriors don't need more, better, anything. The warriors are fantastic. I was tanking elite stuff 3 nights ago with no armor on whatsoever. I was tanking red content, no problem. The warrior is fantastical. Anybody out there who says the warrior needs help or the warrior is failed, you don't know what you're doing. You need to spend more time and learn the class. You need to learn the class. And that goes for the enchanter, that goes for the necro, that goes for the shaman, that goes for the cleric, that goes for the paladin. You need to learn the classes. So many people are complaining about classes. On the Lucent Tree server with Krushnek Prime, my main tune, for I don't know how long, a year and a half, with all the people that I've grouped with during seasons and early access, not a single person has crapped on the class they're playing. Everybody's been fantastic. Like, you just need to learn how to play. A lot of people out there just don't know how to play the class that's being built. That's all. That's all. I wanted people to see my streams the other day when I was tanking naked, just to show you. It got hectic, don't get me wrong. I almost died quite a few times. We got spiked pretty bad. But I know the warrior well enough that I was able to tank with no armor on. which would normally make my healer sweat. But my healer was somebody that I've been in EQ with for the past 10 years. So he knew who I was. Or he knows who I am. Okay, I think the group just came to an end. We're all good for the evening? We'll have to see if we go find something to do. I am 78% in. I need 22%. I got about 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I got about 56% tonight. Are you able to, like, if we get some time into Lower Halnir to start getting the Glimwort stuff, are you able to make Blood Iron versions of the armor you made me? Okay. Oh, then we had some really bad luck then, because there was only the one spawn. Okay, we're good there. I might switch over to Krushnek Prime for a moment. Reading reviews on an early access game is super toxic. Yes, Corsix, exactly. I agree. Sounds like the complaints are this is too hard, it takes too much time. Oh, 2 cents. Where were you an hour ago? We had a pretty healthy conversation about the lack of accessibility about the game. Warrior is not hard, it's boring? Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. I get excited when I play the Warrior, man. It's the 15 minutes of fame. People want stuff now and polished. They will move on after 2 weeks. That's what's happening, Daryl. That's what started happening 3 weeks ago. Hey, Mully, what's happening? How's your Tuesday? Alright, man, have a good night. I do it fast. They're fixing the door and changing the mob level in Halnir's next patch. Wait, what? They're fixing the door and changing the mob level? What do you mean changing the mob level? War's my main. I'm 34 at the moment. Needs a bit of love. Only thing I kind of disagree on. I don't think it needs a complete rollover, but it needs some fixes. We just need more content. All we need is for them to start working on the 30+ content. That's all. I was talking about this earlier. I've mentioned on a couple of other streams in the past couple of weeks. The only issue that I have with the Warrior right now is that from level 24 to 40, all we have are banner upgrades. We don't have any upgrades to our skills. Now, at 32, they slipped in a skill called Shatter. I never use it. I rarely use it on Krushnek Prime. With that said, from 24 to 40, if they sprinkled in 3 or 4 abilities that either changed non-banner abilities that we have, or added something like a bleed or a rend, that'd be cool. But I have no problem with the Warrior. But a lot of people have issues with the Warrior. A lot of people can't level the Warrior. A lot of people can't tank with the Warrior. A lot of people can't DPS with the Warrior. I can't believe I'm going to say this. I've seen the Reddit. I went to the Reddit and started reading it Sunday. I've seen it. It's a lot of it's nonsense. I've seen Joppa's stream where 50 some odd people are all just hammering him about the Warrior not working, and the Warrior needs shield abilities, and the Warrior needs more mitigation, and the Warrior needs more threat, and the Warrior needs this, that, and the other thing. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I've killed everything in the game. The Warrior's fine. I just created a Warrior tune to play thanks to Krushnek for the inspiration. Well, Vapor, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy playing the Warrior. Please put the time in to learn the Warrior. Do stuff that I don't do and make it look good. You know, put your own spin on the Warrior. I'm not the be-all and end-all. I just know that when 1,000 people are crying wolf, I need to find a way to shut them up. That's why I started tanking with no armor. That's why I started tanking red content, because I wanted people to see that Warriors aren't busted. Warriors don't need help. Warriors are fine. It's all about your group. Hence the group-centric game, right? It's all about the group. New mobs, new name, changing levels of the mobs to encourage more player levels to go in. Tuesday is good, about to grind a little bit. Fantastic. HC is getting worked over. Under the bridge drawn will be lower level, adding a new boss. Bosses will be on a 1-hour respawn instead of random. Wait, what? 1-hour respawn? I like the 15-20 minutes chance of a spawn. You know, you don't need to make it guaranteed, but if someone's got to sit there for 3 hours waiting for 6 trash mobs and a named, you got to sit there for 3 hours waiting for 6 trash mobs and a named. Welcome to the game. Stop whining. So many people. So many people playing this game that on paper probably really shouldn't be playing this game. They're all gonna ruin it for me. I'm the person who comes in and does all the social stuff. I talk to 100 different people. I make the Rolodex of friends lists. I don't stick to a static group. I make sure that when I log in, I have people all over the place to hang out with. That's what I do. This is my game. This game is being built for me. The rest of you, I don't know what to tell you. Talk more. My God, man. Like, talk more. Be social. That's what this game is. Enjoy it. Even if you play a class that you think is broken, if you get with 5 other people and run Halnirs, you'll be fine. Was the crybabies with no patience, pissed and moaned like 4 years whining for ice cream. That's why it's getting nervous. Yeah, 2 cents. I like to think I'm a nice, polite person, so I try to be as cool as I can, but, I mean, you guys are pretty much summing it up. Maybe you should make a warrior guide. I don't know what I would do. I don't have the time. I gotta write up chapters and write a book on it, and we don't even have the tank rework yet, right? They're finishing the cleric, and the priests will be done. And then they're going to the tanks. And I would say I'm going to pull my hair out, but I keep it shaved, so I got nothing to pull out. So maybe I'll pull up my eyebrows, because I know that my warrior is going to get all messed up. It's going to be a nuisance. What they need to do is tone down the Dire Lord a little bit. They tone down the Dire Lord a little bit, all 3 tanks are fine. I've grouped with 3 paladins that have made 32 plus. Not a single one complained about the class. They all were good. They all held aggro. They all lost aggro. If you think, if anybody out there is a person who thinks that as a tank, they should hold aggro all the time, you're ridiculous. Go away. Stop playing this game. Go someplace else. Like, go play somewhere else. This is not the game for you to complain about how you're not holding aggro. How about learn your skills, learn your timing, juggle your readiness. So many people complain about losing aggro because they don't juggle their readiness. So they keep running out of readiness and they don't get it back in time to use other skills. Because they don't... Man, I tell ya, it's like I need to start a class. I just taught people how to pull as a warrior. Over the last 3 or 4 days, I've had people tell me, thanks for teaching me how to pull. I just pull, I talk about it, I just play a warrior, I talk about it, people take notes. That's all. I understand this game like the back of my hand, as the phrase goes. Been in 2 groups since December, and we long since out-leveled them. Thinking warrior gets a few things, paladin seems to need more. I wish I had the time. I wish I went. So, for those who might be here for the first time or don't pop into the stream too often, my initial goal 3 years ago was to level a warrior, a paladin, and a dire lord. I wanted all the tanking information. I wanted, honestly, 2 things. I wanted to have all the answers if somebody came in here and asked a question, and I wanted to shut a lot of people up who were whining about not being able to tank. So my focus has always been to level a warrior, level a paladin, level a dire lord. We got the warrior up there. The warrior's sitting on the bench right now. Not this warrior, but my prime, which is level 34 at the moment. I won't play him until we get 30 plus content that I can crawl. I'm not going to outlevel the content. That's dumb. I have a paladin who I think is like level 10 or level 11 at the moment. The moment I jumped over to the paladin to start working on the paladin, the druid came out. The minute the druid came out, everybody logged off and started playing a druid. So I lost like rogues, enchanters, wizards, necromancers, summoners. I lost I couldn't find a group with the paladin. That's pretty much the main reason why I ended up on this server with this guy. And I wasn't going to play a Dire Lord until Wild's End gets fleshed out a bit, because I made a Halfling Dire Lord specifically to start in Wild's End. So when they get Wild's End a little more jam-packed with content, I'm going to be over there knocking that stuff out with a Dire Lord. I think, if I have time. I like Criddle, but I had to unsub today. Just can't take the constant negativity. Yeah. 2 cents, man. I won't call people out because I don't need that kind of I don't need that kind of grief. But I was talking earlier about streamers and the current situation with streamers who are streaming Pantheon, and it's very unfortunate for the game, you know. I hope gamers don't go looking for the Reddit. Am I here? Yes, I'm here. So, what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Somebody just talked to my ear. Lost my train of thought. You find out quick about how good your group is when they keep pulling aggro and blame the tank. Perfect. I didn't have to say it. I will say certain phrases on stream that are completely subliminal. If you listen, you know what I mean, but I will never say what I mean. I'm not a mean person. I'm not. But I just wish more people took more time. That's all. The only time my warrior had aggro issues is the wizard is new. Yes, and that's, again, that gets back to me saying, if you think that you're going to roll a tank and hold aggro all the time, you're a dummy. Don't play a tank. Stay away from them. You're going to give yourself a bunch of unnecessary stress. A wizard will always pull aggro whenever they want to if they know when to pull it. And it's up to them to stop it afterwards until you get it back. It's the same, they're all the same mechanics as other MMOs. It's the same thing as EQ. In EverQuest, if you're in a group and your warrior goes up and your warrior loses aggro to a wizard, that wizard's gonna die if he doesn't stop doing the shit that he's doing until the warrior gets aggro back. It's the same thing here. It's a group effort. It's not, oh, we got all the pieces together, so it's a guaranteed win. No, that is not this game. If you are looking for that, go away. Go away. If you are looking for the ultimate solo experience or duo experience, I would say look elsewhere. I really would. I kept pulling aggro from the paladin last night. Hadn't had that issue before, but could have been just a one-time thing. Well, I was a level 10 paladin, I believe, in a group on the other server, and I actually had the wizard and the necro in my group send me tells saying, "We can't believe you held aggro." Now, I'm not a pro, but I'm just saying, I didn't have aggro issues on my paladin at level 10, from a wizard and a necro. They sent me tells. I didn't care. They sent me tells at the end of the group. The wizard told me that I was the only paladin that he could nuke freely, and I didn't lose aggro, and I didn't do anything special. I'm not a know-it-all. I know it sounds like that's what I'm just saying. I didn't have aggro issues with a base-rolling wizard and a necromancer. Ronik is working on Wild's End. He sounds excited. So 2 cents. Ronik was actually here in stream Saturday night. I had a conversation with Ronik. It was pretty cool. It was good seeing him. I'm glad he's back on the team. We're going to start getting more quests. But he actually jumped in here because I was over in Wild's End and we were killing the orcs, the elite orcs, up the mountain and in the back, I guess you could say. So yes, it was cool that he stopped in. It's 100% unfortunate. Man, where have you been? I've been watching this since Christmas. First time you've seen my stream? I don't know what to tell you, my friend. It's not a popular stream, you know. I spent the last 10 years streaming EverQuest, so the stream has never been a big stream. I mean, I'll be honest, I wish I'd had the time in real life or offline life to put more into the stream to become a full-time streamer because I love gaming. However, real life has kept me away from doing all that. A lot of streamers have had support and ulterior avenues that helped build them up to who they are today. I don't have that, or I didn't have that, so it wasn't a thing. But I'm still here. But I streamed EQ for almost a decade because I found these yahoos in chill mode. It's a long story. I'll tell it some other time. I already told it earlier this evening, I think. But, yeah. I'm here. I'm here. I'm addicted to the game. I've been playing for 3 years. I backed the game 11 years ago. I backed the game on the first Kickstarter. It failed. The second he relaunched it, I backed it again. I was actually in Vanguard Saga of Heroes, if you guys know that game, and I was actually the in-game warrior class lead. I wasn't paid for it, and I wasn't an employee of Sigil Games, but I actually helped Sigil Games, Brad McQuaid, etc., build Vanguard. And if you played Vanguard, I can promise you on my life that the game was flawless a month and a half before the beta ended. They implemented an update, and the update broke the game. They told us they had plenty of time to fix it. They did not. The game launched and it was broken. 99% of Vanguard's population believes that that game was built broken. 36 of us. That game sold 250,000 copies at launch. 36 of us know that that game worked before it didn't. And it sucked, because all the time I put into it being the warrior class lead, and it all went down the toilet. Because they didn't listen to us. I had arguments as a young person for 8 days on MSN Messenger, for those who know. On MSN Messenger with Sigil. And I believe it was McQuaid. I'm pretty sure I had a couple conversations with Brad. And I didn't know, the only thing I knew about Brad McQuaid was that he was the dude from EQ, and Vanguard was going to be the next EQ. So, anyways, I've been in the McQuaidiverse for a very long time. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, the game was flawless in the beta. They implemented a very large patch to the ancient warehouse district because they were trying to beef up the level 40 content for launch. They wanted to work on the raid content more. Here's the thing. So there have been some individuals who have gone on record stating that Vanguard unfortunately never had plans to raid. They are wrong. The last night of beta, myself and 35 other individuals got into a big empty room on our computers with the 3 main leads from Vanguard, and we had 4 hours of fun tackling raid content that was going to go into Vanguard. Raiding was planned for Vanguard. Don't kid yourself. Don't fool yourself. Don't listen to anybody else tells you otherwise. Raid content was going to go into Vanguard. It was some of the funnest crap ever. The stuff that we fought, it ate us for breakfast and crapped us out. It was funny. They gave us 10 minutes to organize the 36 of us into a raid. Myself and another warrior by the name of Venge did our best to organize everybody. They said, okay, go. They activated the first raid target. We engaged. I think we held our own for about 15 seconds, and then something happened, and we lost, I think, if I remember correctly, and it's a little fuzzy because it was like 20 years ago, but we lost, I think, most of our healers on something that we missed. And anyways, it was a fun night. But that update broke the game. Well, if you were to actually look at my stream from last night and go about 2 hours towards the end and start watching, I went down some rabbit hole. What is this? Auto update? I don't know. We went down some rabbit holes, looked at some older MMORPGs, and then we found a video that talked about the death of Vanguard, and we actually watched that, and that was pretty interesting. I got a little whiny because a couple of the things that came up in the video, I was there for. I remember. I put so much time into that, man, oh man, I put so much time into building that game. And they took it from us by doing that update. And then when you watch this video, you realize all the stuff that happened that we didn't know anything about. All the stuff that was happening at Sigil Games, what was going on with the development team, how Sony pretty much got rid of the initial Vanguard team and replaced them. Dude, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing that I didn't know about. But now that I think about it, it makes sense based on the conversations that I had during the beta with Sigil Games. So, it was pretty interesting. But EQ led me to Vanguard, and Vanguard led me to Pantheon. So, here we are. I don't have any interest in not playing the game. I don't have any issues with the game. I want them to get the 20 plus content on this continent all ironed out so that they can start putting in the 30 plus content. Yes, I know there are 30 plus creatures in the game. That's not the content I'm talking about. I need dungeons. I need more camps. I need all that stuff. Yeah, so that was the big deal with EverQuest back in the day. EverQuest was attributed to two individuals, Brad McQuaid and John Smedley. John Smedley was Sony. Brad McQuaid was Verant, or Verant, however you want to pronounce it. Brad McQuaid was the design behind the game. John Smedley was pretty much the marketing. How can we get the game out to the most people? Brad left because he didn't like where Sony, aka Smedley, was taking the game. It wasn't what he had envisioned for EQ. That's why he left. And then that's why he came out with Vanguard, and Vanguard was quite different from EQ. You know, he was looking for an MMORPG where you could go wherever you could see. For those who don't know, Vanguard was the first MMORPG with a complete world with no zones. There were no zone lines, there were no instances. Whatever you saw, you could go. And it took you hours to go around the world, quote unquote. It was insane. I remember the first day. I got the beta invite in the mail. They sent the CD. The CD was computer printed. It looked like crap, and it was in this massively taped over postal envelope thing. I remember taking it out, putting it in the computer, installing the client, making my account, logging in. I jumped in one day, and I believe I was the only person there day one. I made my character. Well, I was looking at the character select screen. Now, I had just spent 10 years being a cleric in EverQuest. I was a worldwide raid cleric, a bit of a big deal. But when I got into Vanguard, I made the decision that I didn't want to be another healer. So I wanted to play the other side. So the opposite of the healer is the tank. DPS was a dime a dozen no matter what game you jumped into. So I chose the warrior. At the time, the warrior didn't have any sort of build to it. You had a couple of skills as you leveled, but there was no... what's the word I'm looking for? There was no synchronicity. The first day I jumped in the game, I get dropped into the world. The first city, I forget the name of it, but the first city is off to my right, in the distance. I see a mountain range to my left, and then I'm looking straight down, and I see what looks like a mountain peak, a massive mountain peak, miles away. I was told the game had no zone line, so I said, okay, let's see if we can get to where we can see. It took me, I think, like 24 minutes or 25 minutes of running. It was like, if you know EQ, it was like the Piranhas on steroids. But I made it exactly to where I saw it blew my mind that this game was going to be completely seamless. It was the only game of its kind to do that at that time. No other game had tried this. And it just snowballed from there. We tested all the world boss spawns. We went around and did all the quests in the game. We did all the diplomacy. They worked and patched it as we went along. Everything was working fantastic. And then the last update to the game, which was a massive update. It was their biggest update to date in the development. And that broke the game. I remember logging out that afternoon, letting them update, and then logging in the next day. I couldn't do anything. We couldn't run through town. We couldn't run a mile in any given direction. I couldn't complete diplomacy missions against NPCs. We couldn't trigger any buffs. I couldn't... we couldn't get certain outposts to spawn the mobs that had always spawned. People were having performance issues. There was a lot of hitching all of a sudden where you'd start running and then you'd kind of get janky, and then you'd run and then get janky and then kind of run and get janky. A lot of stuff was going wrong. We didn't know what happened. A bunch of us had jumped in that first day after the big patch, and we all started talking to each other. And it was all in text. There was no Discord. There was no TeamSpeak. I think Roger Wilco was around at the time, and I think Ventrilo was relatively new. Or Ventrilo might not have even been around. I can't remember. Anyhow, we talked the whole day about everything that was going wrong, and we couldn't figure out what happened. They came into the game in the evening, and we let them have it. I wouldn't say it was anger. It was more or less confusion. But there were 20-some odd of us who just kept typing, like, what did you guys do? You need to fix this. Roll this back. And they were like, blah, blah, blah. We got to have this content. We're on track to have this content so that when the game launches, people will have, 2-3 months to get to the end game, experience the end game, and that'll give us time to get more content into the game. And when I say we, I mean the people that were in the beta, we had all agreed that they needed to roll back the update, let the game come out without the update, give us 2 months to play the game, and patch the end game in that time frame. And they said, specifically, almost word for word, they said, we know what we're doing, we have plenty of time, the game will launch when it launches, like on the date that it launches. They didn't have the time, they didn't know what they were doing, and the game launched broken. And it sucked. I think I lasted a month and a half after launch, and then I stopped playing. And then I think it took them 9 months after, or 10 months after, to patch it. And by then it was too late. They lost I'm probably exaggerating, but they lost 95% of their player base. Everybody I knew from beta stopped playing. I couldn't find people to run anything, so I just said, you know what, I'm good, I'm done. And it sucked. And then I read an article a few years later about some game called Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, and it was going to be the next coming of EQ, and it was going to be a social MMORPG, and I thought, this is interesting. I'll check this out. I read the first article, I saw Brad McQuaid's name mentioned, and the first thing I said to myself was, am I going to put myself through this shit again? And sure enough, I put myself through it again. And here we are. Like, I am on the McQuaid train. I am in the McQuaidiverse. This is the MCU, or I guess it's the MQU. The McQuaid universe. I have been in love with his vision for decades. Like, that's why I need this game to happen. This game is not broken. This game does not need to be made softer. If you don't have the time to play a social MMORPG, then you shouldn't make the time to play a social MMORPG. I said it. Now, we don't need a bunch of negativity. We need what will fix the game. We don't need a bunch of whining is not going to do anything. It's like... So, here's how I operate. I was telling a number of you guys earlier this evening about how this game is pretty much being designed specifically for me. Everything this game is supposed to be is what I'm looking for as far as the whole social thing goes. I go so far into the social stuff that if we have a group of 6 people and we go to run a dungeon and one individual maybe isn't too familiar with their class or isn't familiar with the dungeon, and they make a couple of mistakes that get people killed. First, because the game is in development, it should roll off your back that you died. If you're not comfortable with dying, stop playing this game. Now, when one person in a group of 6 doesn't quite know what they're doing and negatively impacts the group, morale will shift. And this is what happens 9 chances out of 10. Okay? Pay attention, because you might be one of them. By you, I mean general statement. You will have a person or 2 people in your group that will all of a sudden get their panties in a twist and get annoyed and start complaining because somebody screwed up. Now, they may not call that person out, but all of a sudden they'll be like, blah, 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 I gotta go, guys. I gotta eat dinner, run to the mall, save a cat out of a tree or some nonsense. And then they dick off on you, right? That will happen. I'm the person who, once the death happens, I'll start feeding happy stuff into the social circle, the bubble of the group. I will save the group. I will work 150%. I don't have to, but I want the group to work, and I don't want to take the time to find a rep. I will blow smoke up everybody's arse so that everybody gets revived, everybody gets buffed, and we go at it again. You probably won't do that. I get it. But I do that. It's what I do. I'm a salesperson. I'm a customer support person. I help people. It's what I do. It's what I've always done. Real life, online, whatever. I want the experience to be positive. So I will send sneaky little tells in humor, to liven the situation. If somebody starts feeling bad about how they're performing, I'll fluff them up, as the phrase goes. I do all of that. You guys don't see it because you don't see the chat window. I do it all the time. I work everybody. Time to fold the dishes. You got it, Italica. Dude, fantastic. I love that. I'm going to start using that, okay? Don't sue me. I'm going to start doing that, or using that. Time to fold the dishes. I think that's the greatest thing I've read today. But yeah, I will be that person. When the dam starts popping a whole bunch of holes, I will jam every finger and every appendage into the holes to stop the dam from breaking. I will keep the group together. Because people just need to be cool. You just need to be cool. We don't need the negativity. You don't need the whine. It ruins your day, it ruins my day, and I just want to crawl. That's it. I just want to crawl. All you should want to do is crawl. That's what it comes down to. And that's a thing with streaming. So, in salesman terms, streaming is marketing. Most of us know that. Whether you're watching somebody who has 50,000 people watching them, whether you're watching somebody who has 2 people, two viewers or what have you, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Twitch, whatever. Streaming is used for marketing. The problem I have is ignorance is everywhere. I have seen streamers with tens of thousands of viewers, and they have spoken opinions out of their posterior, out of their glutes, out of the hole between their glutes, without having any thought or without doing any research, and they just spit facts. And the problem is, you've got tens of thousands of people, 50,000 people, 30,000 people listening to this and trusting the influencer, the streamer, that this information is law. Now, I'm saying this, and yes, you in chat can turn to me and say, well, you're the same thing. I get it. Use your head. Do your homework. But don't listen to somebody if you don't have the information, right? And the issue is, out of 30,000 people, 1,000 people could hear the worst stuff or could assume the worst about a game. I'll give you guys a couple of examples. Well, I only need to give you one example. There was a game 10 years ago, 11 years ago, called Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon to date is probably one of my all-time favorite games ever, and we're talking decades. When Darkest Dungeon was in beta, so for those who don't know, Darkest Dungeon was a management game. It was a fantasy game where you had to build a group and then run through these dungeons and run through this story and run through these chapters and try and keep your party alive and try to keep them healthy, and if they died, you had to replace them and so on and so forth. At the beginning of the game, there's a disclaimer that pops up that pretty much says, we're going to kick you in the nuts 1,000 times over, you need to deal with it. Okay, no, it's not what they say. It was much bigger, but that sums it up. This was the first time I experienced what I call the iceberg effect with streamers, with influencers. Now, again, this is 11 years ago or 12 years ago. This is back like at the beginning of Twitch. I've been around for a long time. I'm probably one of the oldest, longest, smallest streamers on the internet. Anyways, it's not the point. All the big streamers today that I would name, that I could name, I'm not going to name off, but all the big streamers today that I could name, there's probably about a dozen of them. Back then, the 0.1% streamer had 1,000 people. That's it. Had 1,000 people. You get 100,000 people now on a, what's that kid's name? Kai Sanat, I think is his name. He gets like 100,000 people, blah, whatever. Back then, 1,000 people was was your 0.1%, was your top of stream. Streaming was underground. Twitch, Justin TV, which became Twitch.tv, it was all underground. It was all super niche. Anyhow, I'm getting off track. These 12 streamers who are today big name streamers who hold thousands of people or tens of thousands of people when they play games. They jumped in to give Darkest Dungeon a go. I had just started streaming like a year or two before, and I decided to give Darkest Dungeon a go because I saw a screenshot of the graphics and I thought that game looks awesome because it looked very unique. I jumped into the game. Long story short, not a brag, just I used my brain. The iceberg effect to me, for those who don't know, when you're looking at an iceberg out in the ocean, you're only seeing 10% above the water. The 90% is underneath. The iceberg effect when it comes to something like a video game, you see what's in front of you, but you don't see what's in the game. So you don't see everything, right? It's tunnel vision versus seeing everything. I went through Darkest Dungeon over a series of weeks. I aced the game. I was one of the first individuals to 100% the regular playthrough and the New Game Plus, which was even worse than the regular playthrough for difficulty. I watched streamers smash keyboards. I watched streamers smash monitors. I watched streamers throw chairs out windows. I watched streamers punch holes in walls. I watched streamers tear doors off their hinges because they were dying and failing miserably in Darkest Dungeon. And they would get the worst kind of anger, and they would bitch and complain about how the game was broken, and it wasn't working right, and this doesn't make sense, and they put all this time in, and it went away in a finger snap. And the whole thing was, they only saw the 10%. If they'd have taken the time to see the other 90% of the game that was built into the game, they would have had a much better time. But it dawned on me that this is what is going to happen with the internet. You're going to have a lot of people who are flashy, a lot of people who are going to draw large audiences, and they're going to speak ignorantly about games, and it's going to hurt those games when it's unnecessary. I'll give you another example. There's a more recent, a couple years ago, I think during COVID. New World. For those who don't know, New World is an MMORPG. I really enjoyed it. I loved it. Now, I didn't play it in the beginning. In the beginning, it was a hot mess. But 1 October, they implemented a patch that changed the game and made it a phenomenal experience. Now, fast forward. You had to be very careful when you went out into the game as a certain class or a certain role with the gear that you had. You had to have the right gear on, you had to have the right weapons, and you had to have the right skills socketed to those weapons based on who was in your group and what dungeon you were running and so on. There were a couple of very large streamers who spent a Saturday afternoon crapping all over New World saying how it was broken, tanking was broken, threat was broken, you couldn't do anything in the game, it was garbage, blah blah blah. This person wasn't geared properly, this person didn't have the proper tanking weapons on, and this person did not have the proper skills socketed that they should have. They were just talking out of their ass because they were trying to get a reaction from all their viewers. And it turned my stomach because it made me realize that all it takes is one of these streamers, myself included, to totally tank a game. Which is why I will never say anything without proving that the shit is factual. Because as a salesperson, you don't want to sell somebody what they don't want. That ends up badly. Every time. So, anyways, I've kind of gotten off topic and I've kind of gone on and probably bored some of yous. I probably scared some people off, but my point is, people in this game are only looking at 10%, and they're ignoring the other 90. And it's very unfortunate that people don't, quote-unquote, stop to smell the roses. That's all I'm saying. Streamers of an MMORPG should not be soloing. Streamers of an MMORPG should not be duoing, as far as I'm concerned. Streamers of an MMORPG should not be trioing, unless the game is Destiny 2 or any of the other games that are designed to have 3-person fire teams. I get it. This game should not be soloed. This game should not be duoed. Maybe this game should be trioed on a Monday evening when nobody's around. I get it. But this game should be 6-person, or what is it, sextuplet? This game should be sextupled all week long. Like, are you a boxist? Well, you know, man, boxism runs rampant. Boxism runs rampant around these parts. You know? Nothing wrong with a boxist every now and then. Let me tell... I will tell you guys this. On a scale, I don't care what they do to this game. But if they put /follow into this game, I'm done. I'm done. I will not play this game if they put... And I know you guys probably don't give two shits whether I play the game or not. I'm just saying, myself personally, I will not play this game if /follow comes into the game. Because /follow is the arch nemesis of social. Period. There's no discussion. Anything else is stupidity. If /follow comes in this game is ruined. I'll warn you now then, Joppa said a few streams ago, eventually we will have to put it in. Well, it can be 10 years down the road. Hopefully I'll be in EQ3 and there'll be no follow there either. But the second follow comes into the game, it'll destroy the game. It'll destroy the game. It'll ruin the game. Follow will ruin the game. Walk us there while we smoke. Nope, not good enough. Take your AFK, go smoke, come back 3 minutes later and continue. They put /follow in the game is ruined. That's the one thing. They could change the warrior completely, and I have a lot of patience, so I will learn to work the warrior again until I learn the new ways the warrior is done. But if they put /follow in this game, I'm done. I'm done. I don't care. Anybody who advocates for /follow, you don't need to be in this game. Go to EverQuest. Hey, Kat, what's happening? How you doing? Yeah, go to EverQuest. I'm somebody who's played EverQuest for 2 decades. I'm somebody who quit EverQuest 20 years ago and then went back to the stupid game 10 years ago. Go back to EQ. If you want /follow, go back to EQ. How do you hoover a smoke at 3 minutes? I've seen people go AFK and come back 3 minutes later after saying they had to go have a smoke. So it's definitely possible. I don't smoke. You're more than welcome to smoke. You probably shouldn't, but you're more than welcome to. I have high hopes for this game. I never wanted to see the mixed review. Look, to Crockett, I will tell all of you here, whether you believe me or not, it doesn't matter, but I will tell you with all my heart and 100% honesty, please don't listen to typed reviews. Please don't. Or listen, please don't read and adhere to typed reviews. Get it from the horse's mouths. And I know there's a joke in here somewheres, but don't keep listening to people who whine and talk negative about the game. Find people. You don't even have to watch me. If you don't get back here after tonight, that's cool. I hope you guys find, streamers to watch and learn about the game and so on. But don't sit listening to people talk crap about any game, because more than likely they just don't know. And they shouldn't be playing the game either. I consider myself a bit of a realist, so, I'm not looking to ruin somebody's day, but I'm just telling you guys, make sure you do your homework. If somebody starts harping about the game, even myself, do a bit of homework. Take the time. Don't just blindly fall into what somebody has said, no matter how good they are at selling stuff. I like /follow. It can be very helpful, but I guess I could see how one might not like it. Yeah, well, so here's the truth. I'm gonna ruffle so many feathers. If mounts stay out of the game and nothing is changed about how they populate and set mobs up throughout the world. I might tolerate follow for a little bit because your tunes will still die to the environment. But the moment you give a player the passive ability to outrun aggro, you've destroyed the game. You guys can sit and think about that. I won't even discuss that because that's what will happen. You destroy the game. It's okay, you're allowed to have your own opinion. Thank you, yes. All I do is try to have sensible conversations. You guys have educated me at times, I've educated you guys at times, we've learned stuff together. It happens. We're all just here to chill, man. So many people don't get that. They feel like they spent so much time in a product that the product is doing them harm, so they feel like they need to take it out on the product. Maybe you just need to rethink what you're doing. If you're a dentist and you'd rather be a heart surgeon and you have the means to go to school to become a heart surgeon, maybe you should save a little nest egg, go into the medical field and learn to be a surgeon and get away from being a dentist. Think about it, it's different than any other game. /follow because you can run, you'll be faster without the follow. Right, right. You have interesting opinions about the game and its mechanics. I just want you to know you've inspired me to play it more and more. Are you being serious, Seraph? If you're being serious, that's fantastic. Please play this game. And if you feel like you're getting burnt out and you're not having fun, give the game a break. You're more than welcome. You know, it's your time. Like, people will come in here and say, why did you stick with EverQuest for the last, when you first started streaming, why did you jump into EverQuest and keep playing EverQuest? Because EverQuest was one of the absolute worst games to stream. There was never a big audience with streaming. You couldn't become a partner, you couldn't become a full-time streamer, you'd have gone bankrupt. But I played EQ for the love of EQ. I had stuff offline. I didn't have a support system. Or I don't have a support, like a lot of you guys' streamers that you guys watch, they had a support system to help get them where they were, whether it was their family, whether it was friends, whether it was the line of work they were in. They didn't just willy-nilly throw everything in on streaming and become big. That didn't happen. I was here. I saw these people grow. I've heard the stories. I know how streamers got started 12 years ago. I know all the story. I'm not going to tell you, but I know how everybody got started. But it's not as easy as just giving up everything and throwing it all at streaming. That's not how it works. So, but people would say, why did you stream EQ? Why didn't you try? Now, we did play some other games. If you were to go on my YouTube channel, it's very small. I think there's only like maybe 15 different games on there. We played other games throughout my streaming history, but the last 9 years has been EverQuest. We've been on 6 different progression servers, and it's been ridiculous because I'm an addict. I'll admit it. I'm hooked on Norath, and I need to get hooked. Well, people would say I'm hooked on Terminus right now. Would I have loved to have become a bigger streamer? Yes. I think I'm a pretty chill watch. People come in here, I think I'm pretty good for you to put your feet up and relax. I'm not going to dance all over the place. I'm not going to scream and shout. I'm not going to have movie stars and musicians on stream, and I'm not going to bring up a bunch of social media and start harping on stuff. I can't be bothered with that stuff. I can't be bothered. I'm a gamer, in the truest sense of the word. I feel like building a solid player base is kind of dependent on reviews. Building a solid player base is based off of being in-game. It's who you hang out with. If you jump into World of Warcraft on ABC server and you meet a bunch of friends and it's a nightmarish situation, if you're already level 20 or 25, there's a good chance you're not going to go to another server and start over. There's a good chance you're going to say, you know what? Maybe I'll jump into this other game. Maybe I'll do this other game. Maybe I'll play this instead. That will happen. Whether it's World of Warcraft, whether it's EverQuest, whether it's Final Fantasy, whether it's Guild Wars 2, whether it's DAOC, Lineage, Terra, Arcade, Horizons, DC Universe Online, City of Heroes, City of Villains, blah, 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 blah. It will happen. So if you're not enjoying whatever you're playing, maybe take a break and revisit whatever that is in a couple of weeks, you know? Which profession do you suggest for a new warrior? I'm thinking armor smith so I can make my own armor. Okay, so here are my opinions about trade skills when it comes to a tank. Specifically a tank. Well, you know what? Let's say specifically a warrior. I feel like I'm justified enough to talk about the warrior because that's pretty much all I've ever been. When you decide to choose armor smithing or weapon smithing for a warrior, and I tend to lean more towards weapon smithing, because warriors are the only class in the game that have access to every weapon type. So you have to keep, that's why I keep all these weapons in my inventory. We got daggers over here, we got every other weapon type here. And that's every time I level, I try and keep all my skills maxed. All of them. Because you never know what cool gear you're going to come across. This isn't like EQ, when you get a Blade of Carnage, you're done. This isn't EQ where you get Short Sword of the Akisha and you're done. This isn't that. You could get a spear that's fantastic and all of a sudden, 2 days later, you've got a hammer. But all of a sudden, you've got like a 0 skill. So you want to level your hammer. So do you take a couple hours and go solo? Myself? Probably not. I'd want to do it in a group. But if you go into a group and you're a warrior and you're tanking and you put on a weapon where you only have 1 point, you're going to miss a whole lot. You're not going to hold aggro. You're going to get everybody killed in the group and it's all going to fall on your head because you got selfish to level your weapon. And I can say this because I almost did this 2 nights ago. Anyhow, if you choose weaponsmithing or armor smithing, if you don't have a network, meaning if you don't have guildmates or real-life friends or contacts in-game playing with you that have taken other trade skills, you should pair armor smithing or weaponsmithing with alchemy. And the reason being is, once you get past tier 1 of armor and weapons, you need alchemical items to imbue your armor and weapons. I foolishly took weaponsmithing and armor smithing on this guy because I wasn't thinking when I turned in my tokens. I was talking, my brain went to my mouth, and common sense went out the window. But if you're going to play a warrior, I would pair weaponsmithing with alchemy or armor smithing with alchemy. If you have somebody, a mage, whatever, another tank, and they're doing alchemy, fine. Any alchemical components you get, feed it to them, have them make the components for you. If you have that support system, you can't go wrong with provisioning. Food is very difficult to get set up because there are so many recipes that do so many different things. This isn't like you have a sandwich for this and alcohol for that. There are like 50 different recipes in the game. There are so many recipes in the game, it's ridiculous how many different food items do a bunch of different things. So you couldn't go wrong with provisioning, because if you're at, say, 29 strength, and I want to be at 30 strength without buffs, let's say I'm in a group with a cleric, no shaman. Well, I don't get the strength buff, right? So, if I'm in with a druid and I don't get the strength buff, I want 30 strength because 1 point of strength to 30 maybe makes me hit for 2 or 3 more damage or however it works. Okay, I'll just burn my food that gives me +1 strength. Or I'm at 38 when I'm buffed and I want to hit 40. I'll pop my +2 strength food in order to get to that 40. So food becomes very vital because you can do hit rate, crit chance, all your stats, stealth or concealment. What else? Oh god, there's food for like everything. Your mana, your hit points, resists. Man, everything. And you're going to need it. When you start going into, say, Mad Run and you need poison resistance, you're going to need to have your food that has poison resistance, right? So, provisioning you can't go wrong with. The one thing I wouldn't do is pair armor smithing and weapon smithing together, because it's a whole lot of ore that you're going to need, and you're not going to be able to make any of the good stuff without relying on an alchemist. So, for a warrior, I would go weapon smithing. For a paladin, I would go armor smithing. And the reason why I would do that is because the paladin is the most limited class for the weapons that they can use. Warrior, Dire Lord, Paladin. So you don't want to use a trade skill on the least number of benefits. So Paladin armorsmithing, Warrior weaponsmithing, Dire Lord weaponsmithing. Because with well, I shouldn't say that. You probably want leatherworking. What is a Dire Lord? Dire Lord doesn't wear chain, right? Dire Lord goes up to heavy leather, I think. Dire Lords can't wear chain, right? I don't think it's part of their belief, if I remember. Oh, they can wear chain. Okay, so you could take armor smithing for a Dire Lord then, because Dire Lords typically stick with either two-hander or dual wield, because they can't use a shield. So again, you're limited on your weaponsmithing. You have a lot more option with your armor smithing. So armor smithing for Dire Lord, Paladin for armor smithing, and weaponsmithing for Warrior. Now, that's my opinion. Those are my opinions. I'm somebody who's played 5 Warriors over 3 years. Those are my opinions. Take that with a whole beach full of salt. Or a whole beach full of sand. I was watching the other streamer complain all day, and it seriously made me not want to log in. Yep, I read reviews of ordinary MMO players about Pantheon, and they say such crap, and I believe it. Now I understand they just didn't get the spirit. I'm polite to not hurt their mental abilities. The CDC just classified gaming addiction as a disease. I think it's funny, but healthcare professionals take everything over the edge. I mean, I will say this. This is coffee. This is Tim Hortons. I'm an addict. I'm addicted to coffee. I drink this every day. This, arguably by definition, could and should probably be labeled as a disease. You can get addicted to everything. I'm addicted to Norath. Not just EQ, Norath. EQ, EQ2, EQ Landmark, EQ Next, EQ Online Adventures, Champions at Arms. Norath. I'm addicted to Norath. And I'm addicted to air. That's exactly it. I can't get enough. Weaponsmithing and provisioning if I'm by myself? That sounds pretty solid, Vapor. That sounds pretty solid. I'd say Paladin can use more than Dire Lord. Yeah, okay, so you're right. I misspoke. I should have reversed them, because the Dire Lord really only uses two-hand and dual wield. But I will say that both the Dire Lord and Paladin should be armor smithing, not weaponsmithing. That's all I'll say. And I'll tell you this, there's a hammer that comes out of a supply crate that's pretty much best in slot for a Paladin for the first 30 levels. And it's a hammer. So, if you happen to get it, away you go. I think it's also best in slot for a cleric, but I could be wrong. No, I'm pretty sure it's best in slot. It's almost best in slot for a cleric for like the first 30 levels. And it comes out of a supply crate. They can wear chain and leather. Okay, gotcha. Paladin, hammer, sword, axe, two-hand staff, great hammer, great sword, great... Oh, that's quite a few. Dire Lord's just sword, axe, one-handers, and two-handers. Right, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so Paladins have the bigger gap, or the more options. Is anyone here vegan? I am not vegan. And I don't think I could do it. And not for any corny, cheesy, trolling nonsense. I don't think I could do it. I like pork chops. I like steak. I like meat, just like I like vegetables. I like vegetables just as much. Man, so where I work, we have a little deli in the mall near to where I work. And every day I go and I get vegetables all the time. They got these little packaged stuff they do. They put in like carrots, broccoli, cauliflower, a little bit of salad dressing, and away you go. I buy it almost every day. But yeah, I like my meat too. The animals I eat are vegan. There you go. There you go. Nothing wrong with that. That counts. That's like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Let me switch over to Krushnek Prime for a minute. Dude, I would love steak right now. Are you kidding? I would definitely eat it. Nothing wrong with a good steak, man. A good steak done good. You don't have to throw a bunch of stuff on it. You just a good steak, man. A well-cooked steak. Raw. My best bud that I grouped up, or that I hung out with most of my life, he eats his shit blue. I think he does it just because he thinks he's showing off. But he eats his stuff blue, and I'm like, I don't know why you eat that. You love blue? Man, get out of here. You can't pay me to eat blue. I am not a polar bear, man. I am not a polar bear. That's like people eating fish, like sushi and nonsense. Forget it. You better throw that thing on a burner for at least 10 minutes before I go near it. I think I'm a polar bear. I say this 1,000 times, but I love the lighting in this game. That shimmers through that tree. I absolutely love the lighting in this game. No, you can see the sparkle right there. You can see it there. You can see it there. That lighting is fantastic. Oh, so good. There's the hammer right there that I was talking about. That's the rune-carved hammer. Arguably best in slot for like 30 levels. Actually, probably in-game best in slot for a paladin and a cleric. Lighting was better pre-Unity 6? You think so? I don't think so. The sun didn't shimmer through the trees like it did until Unity 6. The shimmer's what it's all about. Now, I will say this. Before they implemented the fog, the manor looked amazing in Unity 5. When the moon came up and the green gloom, the green haze encased the manor, that was fantastic. But I find that fog shows up all too often at the manor. I liked it when the sky was lit up green with the moon in the background. So Krushnek here is pretty much set for his best in slot. We have a Spear of Endless Frost in his primary, and we have the Ichor Scorched Partisan in his offhand. The only weapon I'm missing right now is Fellspike, which I don't have. And then of course there's the shield off of Nidar, which I don't have also. We've got the leg plates off the Wyvern. I don't think these drop anymore. They might drop. As far as I know, we've had 3 drop in the last 3 months. That's all we've seen. So we have the crystalline leg plates. We also have the icy plate cuirass, which of course is an AC of 53. Like this dude's geared. We're good. We could probably get rid of the lucky hook and get, now that jewel crafting is in, probably get a strength earring put in. Or maybe get 2 strength earrings. I might actually do that. We only have these in here because jewel crafting wasn't a thing. I don't have a Blade of Carnage. If I get a Blade of Carnage, I get a Blade of Carnage, but I spend like no time over at Nightwatch Knoll. We went over there the night that it opened up. We killed a bunch of stuff. We killed a couple of names, but we didn't see the Blade of Carnage. I had already out-leveled Nightwatch Knoll. I wasn't about to stick around. Nightwatch Knoll was only good until 29. Now, with the level change they made, with the whole con change they made, maybe it's worthwhile for somebody past 29. But 34, I think, is still... I don't think it's worth it. Hey, there's Element. He changed guilds. We used to run with Element before I ended up on the other server. We probably have nobody on my friends list at the moment that's on, I'm guessing. All these people were all on like 2-3 weeks ago. These are all the people that I made friends with, who I don't know, from all different guilds. This is my whole roster of people that I made myself so that I had people to run with. And now almost none of them play because there's no 30+ content. Wow. Hang on now. The server has changed. Interesting. The server has tons of players. The server's been pretty busy. So Vanguard, up until I think like 2 weeks ago, Vanguard's was the largest guild in the game. We did everything. We had everything dead a long time ago. We've been farming Aganoct. I think we've got 5 Aganoct kills down. Just recently, I believe there's a guild on Black Moon that has downed everything as well. I believe like 2 weeks ago, roughly. But it looks like a couple of the big guilds on this server have all splintered. I didn't think that was going to happen, but it happened. We had most of the server in Vanguard. Most of the server was Vanguard. But what happened was, a lot of people leveled, really, it's what I said earlier. A lot of people leveled all the way to 40 and beyond really fast. And then they stopped playing because they didn't have anybody to run with, they didn't have any new content. A lot of people started alts, but they never continued with them. A lot of players are waiting for the 30+ content now, which is unfortunate. But not everybody wants to re-roll tunes. Not everybody wants to roll another class. People want the content for their tune. I'm a dummy that's rolled 5 or 6 warriors. I don't even remember how many warriors I've played, but it's been at least 5. I don't know anybody else in this game that's played 5 of the same class. I don't know a single soul. And I know a lot of people, because I yap a lot. Anyhow, I just wanted to come in here and take a look. So here's with the food. For example, this food alone, bear jerky, this is droppable, but you can also craft it. That's for cold resistance. Then you have crawler stew. That's cold resistance also, but it's better cold resistance than the bear jerky. The bear jerky is like tier 1. The crawler stew is like tier 2 for cold resistance. Then you have the rat caps, which is phenomenal for a tank. This is what, if you take provisioning, you should make rat caps. 100 to block and 9 to parry. This is phenomenal for when you're in sticky situations. Just saying. Then you have things like Traveler's Tea. Traveler's Tea is one of the first recipes you learn how to make as a provisioner from the Tavern Keeper. Traveler's Tea is very important because it extends your endurance. It allows you to run longer and it allows you to climb longer, which is a benefit. So you want to try and get a stack of Traveler's Tea as often as you can, whether you have somebody make it, whether you make it yourself, because it's fantastic, especially for climbing. Because there are quite a few places in this game, when you find a vantage point to climb to a ledge, you're just shy of getting there. But if you were running T, you would get there with just enough endurance. And I'm not going to say where those are. I'm not going to give you general areas. I want you to go explore and find this stuff yourself. But it's pretty cool. But provisioning is very in-depth. There's a lot of different food. Although I just showed you 3... Oh, it's the same food. Why is this not stacked? There. Well, I guess we could do that. These are all 3 keys from Halnir's Crypt. I've held on to them this whole time, even at level 34. I refuse to get rid of them, and I refuse to bank them, because I never know when I'm going to be back in there, and I figure out what they're for. But they don't open any of the doors that are in there. We also have 135 mastery points at 34, and we don't have mastery points turned on. A lot of people are waiting for that as well. You need corroded key. Oh, is the corroded key what opens the gate to the safe room? That's what I always told myself it did. But the other Krushnek that I just was on can open that gate, because he opened it the other day. We opened it the other day when I was with a group, but I don't have the corroded key. I never killed the thaumaturge to get it, or the scavenger to get it, or whoever drops it. But both Krushneks can open the gate. Oh, when the guards aggro the ghost, they pass through the gate, and that Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, that's why. That makes sense. Here's a weapon that we made through weaponsmithing, just to give you guys an idea. 17 damage, plus 4 to strength, and plus 2 charisma. Charisma's not really a big deal at the moment. It will be a big deal when factions get turned on. Just hit 20 in the Druid. I'm looking forward to getting some names soon. Seems like a ton of the good ones are in the 20s. Well, I mean, you've got Halnir's. Halnir's is phenomenal. There's a lot of stuff to get in Halnir's. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got like 7 sets of armor that drop for everybody in Halnir's alone. 7 different sets. No MMORPG in history has had that. So Halnir's is big enough with all the different regions that you have 3 different sets of armor to get from the Ratkin, you have 3 different sets of armor to get from the Black Rose, and I think you have 2 sets of armor from the Ghosts. I believe you get the Keep issued armor, and then down below you get the Wisp metal armor, I believe. There's a lot of stuff to get in Halnir. Halnir's is an amazing place, but you have to spend the time to crawl because you have to trigger certain names, you have to kill certain mobs. You have to spend a lot of time there. That place is not meant for you to dip in, dip out, and never go back. You're meant to farm that place to crap. And when Black Rose Keep comes out, the understanding is that place is even more majestic than Halnir's. Which means it will be a wider level range. I believe Black Rose Keep is going to have 30 plus content. I'm pretty positive it's going to have 30 plus content. I'm looking forward to it. That's what I want to come out. I know we're all waiting for the Ash Barrens to come out first, but I want Black Rose Keep, like yesterday. Where's that going to land So, my understanding was it was going to land... Here, I'll show you. My understanding was it was going to land in Halnir's. And I'll show you why I think that, since we're already here. Now, as long as I'm not a doofus and trip over any mobs, we should be okay. But I could be a doofus. It's been known to happen. That's Black Rose Keep. I believe it's going to start underground and work its way above ground. And I believe it's going to be on the side of a mountain or the side of a cliff or something. And I'll show you why. So there are really no real references for the Black Rose faction except in here. So the first part of this dungeon are the Ratkin, that are these guys here. This is the low-level stuff. You can typically get in here around level 10, and you can probably grind these guys out until, I would say 14. I probably wouldn't stay for 15, but you could do it. It would take you a while. Then from the Ratkin bleeds into the Black Rose. The Black Rose is the human faction that came in here and took the place over. The Ratkin are kind of like the peons that keep to themselves, and they stay away from the cultists, the, what are they called? Ultherians, which are the ghosts. The humans have come in and disturbed the ghosts. The ghosts aren't a fan of it. So there's actually a faction, or there's a dispute in the game, where the Black Rose, these guys, will actually fight the ghosts on the regular. Okay, so this is the Black Rose faction right here. So we're going to come down here, and we're going to go the way that most people don't go. Most people go in through that gate to go to the ghosts. Very few people know that there... You dummy. Oh, you bugger, I'm going to die. Why did you have to be there? I'm going to die. Stupid warden turned right. You guys saw that. I don't know what to do. We're not going to get out. We're not going to get out. I'm as good as dead. Oh, I'm going to lose my level. And I'm exhausted. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Come on, exhaustion. Come on, exhaustion. No, 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 no. Oh, shenanigans. Shenanigans. Alright, we'll go back and get the corpse. I'd cry that I lost my level, but I'm not going to worry about it. We'll get it back when we get the 30 plus content. I was close. Shield block wouldn't have helped me either. I thought about it, but shield block wouldn't have helped me because they were behind me. We'll go back in a minute. Actually, I guess we can start and just sit at the entrance. There's an area over here by the Black Rose that looks to be unfinished. And if I had to guess, it looks like it would lead into a basement or a cellar. Now, my understanding was, I thought Black Rose Keep was going to be in Thronefast. With that said, the game is supposed to be seamless, meaning that zone lines will go away. You have to zone to go from AVP to Thronefast, but if the zone wall disappears, you should be able to run straight from here over to Thronefast. Thronefast is just over that way. And the other reason why I say this, where I'm going to run right now has specific spawns. They're known as Black Rose Elite. And they are, I believe, a level or two higher than the rest of the Black Rose. That was the first thing that tipped me off. Was that they had a different name. I can't believe the warden stepped into me. How dumb is that? He could have... For those who don't know, the warden typically walks in a giant candy cane pattern and then walks back and forth in that straight hallway. He never turns left and right. He never turns left and right. And he turned right on me. Bugger. Oh, it's gonna take so long to get my hit points back. Nine. They now approach even if it's gray? Uh-oh. Well, I might not be able to get over there then. Is he going to do that every time I go to that hallway? It doesn't help that I'm as wide as a trailer. I need to go down and con him. What? Oh, yikes. Okay, we might not be able to do this with the con change. I'm gonna aggro all dozen of these things on the way out. And I just got exhausted. My bad. Yo! 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 Get out! Get out! Whoo! 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 That whole area just socialized. I'm not going to be able to show you. Okay, I'm going to describe it, and you'll have to take my word for it. That hallway where the warden was, it's a long stretch of hallway that nobody ever goes down. But if you go all the way down to the end, you go through a little opening, through a destroyed wall, and you end up in this almost like a lobby type area. And there are two Black Rose guards standing posts there called Elite Black Rose or Black Rose Elite. If you run past them and go around a bit of a turn, you come to a staircase in a tunnel that goes upwards. And as you move upwards, there's nothing connecting to the end of the tunnel. But if you turn around, you glitch out and see all the assets in the game. You don't actually see the map, you see all the gray box underneath the world. I believe the basement of the keep is going to be there. You're going to move through there, which makes sense to go up into Black Rose Keep. So I believe the basement is going to coincide with the level of those guards, which means before any sort of change, whoever it was that was telling me earlier, was it you 2 cents that told me about the leveling change they're making to Halnir's? Let's say they don't change the level. Let's say Black Rose Keep comes out tomorrow. I believe that those level 21 Black Rose elites at the end of the hallway are going to lead you into level 22, 23 content. So I believe Black Rose Keep is going to start in the 20s, kind of like the fort. I also believe that it's going to be built on multiple levels, like the Temple of Shra in EQ. And I believe the levels are going to scale up as you go higher up. And I'm sure you're probably going to find the general, the commander, the captain, the big wig, whoever at the very top. And I want to say he's probably going to be in his high 30s or mid 30s. I think. That's just me pulling crap out of my butt. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But that's what I'm hoping for. Hey, and if what's happened? I'm new and I can't decide on all the different classes. I normally play as a support, but there are plenty of them here. What do you guys think is the most useful at groups? When you say support, you mean like buffs? Like utility? Like if you were a shaman or enchanter from EQ? Or like a druid from WoW? Like versatility? Or are you talking support as in like heals? Yes, utility. So your choices right now would be, I would say, would be Enchanter, Summoner, Necro. So you're looking at the mages. And the reason I say that is they have the crowd controls. There are other crowd controls in the game, but all three of those are pretty solid for what they do for crowd control. Well, the Summoner maybe not so much. Well, I guess you could argue the Earth Pet on the Summoner is kind of its own CC. Yeah, Summoner CC is a bit lacking. The Earth Pet kind of makes up for the CC. Just because the Earth Pet's pretty good with aggro. But if you're looking... So, I'll say this. If you're looking for buffs, if you want to be able to hold your group up, support your group, you gotta go Shaman. Period. No other choice, no other discussion. It's a Shaman. Shamans have all the buffs. They have the buffs that you want for everybody. Shamans. If you're looking for utility, like you need crowd control, or say mana regen, you probably want to go with an Enchanter. No questions asked. If you want CC and debuffing, you'll want to go Necromancer. Necromancer can CC and debuff both sentient beings and undead beings. They're actually pretty cool. Quite a bit of versatility with the Necromancer, in my opinion. Outside of that, I can't really recommend any other class for utility. Druid is primarily a healer. Cleric is primarily a healer. Rogue has traps which are used for CC, but that's about as far as the CC goes with the rogue. I mean, I guess there is Smoke Trick, but Smoke Trick can kind of get you into a not so pleasant situation. That makes sense with the southern area in Southern Plains. There's a dam coming from the north, so it'll be a castle, possibly a small city. Yeah. I feel like Enchanter is the best paired with caster classes and Shaman with melee. Well, I mean... But Shaman also have staying up ability, right? A wizard can take a couple extra hits with a Shaman in the group. A wizard can't really take extra hits with an Enchanter in the group. I read that the ratio pick can benefit for the class. Not at the moment. So the races in the game will have racial abilities at some point, and they're already designed, but they're not turned on. So the races don't have their racial abilities at this time. They will, and you can find the information on their website. If you do a search for Pantheon Rise of the Fallen racials, you'll find the information for the ogre benefits, the human benefits, the halfling benefits, etc., etc. So you can make a good judgment call as to what race you're going to be when you pick your class, if you're trying to min-max. Like myself personally, I'm going to be an ogre warrior tank when the game launches. However, paladins get the most benefit with a shield, and humans get a passive racial for shield use. So a human paladin, when all things are said and done, no arguments, no discussion, when all things are said and done, a human paladin is going to skirt past a warrior for shield ability. It's just the way it's designed. Just the way to just bring up the racials and to don't discuss me on it. Look at the racials, you'll see for yourself. But a human paladin is going to be the pentultimate combination right now for paladins and for defensive tanking, because they're going to get that little bit extra shield bonus that the ogre won't get, or the scar won't get, or whoever else can be a warrior. But humans get that shield bonus. I think it's a 10% bonus or plus 10 bonus to shield use, I believe. I don't know if it's going to make a huge difference when you need it to, like in a raid type setting, but for a dungeon, it'll make it easier on the healers. A little bit easier. However, if you're with a warrior who knows how to play a warrior, warriors can make stuff look easy too. I'm all in on that castle idea. I think you nailed it. I'm super excited for the area to open. Yep, me too. I need a reason to bring Krushnek Prime off the bench. I need that 30 plus content. It has to happen. Although I have a feeling we're a couple months away from it. I don't think it's going to come anytime soon. I believe what's going to happen is we're going to get the next couple of weeks are going to be updates to beef up Wild's End, possibly change some of the loot in Thronefast. Then I believe they're going to launch the PvP server on April 2nd. There might be an update or a patch to that once they see how class balance is, even though they say the server is going to be Wild West rules, meaning you're not going to be able to attack 5 levels above or 5 levels below, I believe. And I think you're going to get iframes for 90 seconds on a revive, but I could be wrong there as well. Outside of that, I think it's kitchen sink, nothing else. And then I think probably closer to May, we're probably going to hear, or they're going to release the, what is it, the Ash Baron? And then we might not see Black Rose Keep for a couple of months. That's my fear, because if it takes that long to bring that content into this side of the first continent, I don't know what their roadmap's looking like. So many people are asking for a roadmap for the game, and I know myself as being around for quite some time, I don't think they want to bring out a roadmap. They tried to do, they tried to tell us as the player base that they were going to guarantee, or they were going to focus on Wednesdays being patch day. And we know that that lasted a couple of weeks, and then unfortunately they hit snags and patches started to be delayed. We know that. If they come out with a roadmap now, I'm telling you, that's going to be bad for them. So, we don't need a roadmap. Don't ask for a roadmap. Let them do their thing. If you're already in the game and you're already playing, let them do their thing. Don't ask for a roadmap, because they're not going to be able to be reliable. They want to be reliable. They want you to have a solid understanding of where they are and where they're hoping to be at a certain point. But a lot of it's just hearsay, and that's the bottom line. You might not hear it from anybody else, but you're going to hear it from me. You won't get a definite roadmap. And if they come out with a roadmap, I honestly believe it's going to be a bad decision on their part. But they may try to placate a bunch of people who want a roadmap. If you've got the game already and you've been in since early access, you're good. You don't need a roadmap. You have no additional charges coming going forward. You have the game, you've had the game. What is it on Steam? You buy a game, you have 2 hours of gameplay and you can return it or something. You're already past the point of no return. You're good. Don't worry about it. Stop asking for a roadmap. Hey, Kazad. Hey, all, I play on Black Moon, just checking out a new stream. The regulars I visit are all offline today. Yeah, that happens, man. Unfortunately, more and more people are vacationing off of Terminus at the moment. Anyone know if Druid spells are available in Demeth yet? Ooh, good question. I would think yes. I mean, warrior abilities were available in Demeth once the warrior came in, so... Oh, there's your answer. Not as of tonight. Yeah, man, here's hoping now that their team is a bit bigger. Well, I shouldn't say a bit bigger, it's significantly bigger. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think they have 6 new people on, so the fact that they have a small team, or have had a small team of, I believe, 10 people for the last little while, the fact that they've been able to improve 60%, that's a win. That's a win for everybody, including us. And the fact that they've got Roenick back, which I believe is a significant part of their script writing, that's fantastic. I mean, he was in here Saturday night. He jumped in for a bit, introduced himself. We were over in Wild's End, and we got to talking. He was talking about how he's working on quest lines right now. So if you guys are looking for quests out there, you're going to get them. And probably sooner than you think. Oh, now here's the C'est Dommage. I just noticed it is 1:15 my time, so unfortunately, stream, I have to sign off. I have to hit the hay because I have work in the morning. So, to those of you that are still here, thank you for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed your time here as always. We had some pretty good conversations tonight, I gotta say. It's pretty good. I'm glad everybody was civil and everybody gave their opinions and everything went well. It was good. We'll see how tomorrow goes. Cross your fingers and hope we get the update. We'll see what's going on there. Anyhow, again, as always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day wherever you are, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.